had been a long day. I'd been working out in the woods for nearly 12 hours, cutting timber and preparing the land for a new cabin. My muscles were sore, and the sun was beginning to sink behind the mountains. It was an unusual job clearing space for a glass cabin. It wasn't the usual wood and beam type of construction I was accustomed to, but the client insisted on something more modern, something open, something bold. The contractor had left me with the tools for the night, a small lantern, and the promise that he'd return in the morning. But that was the last time I'd see anyone for quite a while. I wiped the sweat from my brow and looked at the tiny cabin I'd set up as a shelter for the night. It was made mostly of clear glass, small panes, each offering a perfect view of the woods that stretched for miles in every direction. You'd think a place like this would make you feel safe, invincible even, but as the sun faded into a crisp evening sky, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The cabin was minimalist, the kind of design that seemed nice on paper but odd in practice. There was no insulation, no real way to block the cold that was creeping in as the temperature dropped. I could feel the chill creeping through the glass and into my bones. The walls, transparent as they were, made me feel vulnerable, exposed. I'd been spending more and more time out here alone lately. I preferred it that way.
No distractions. No noise.
But this time there was a sense of unease that I couldn't ignore. After getting the fire started, I sat in a folding chair near the glass wall, listening to the crackling wood. The lantern cast odd, flickering shadows on the floor. The air outside had turned damp, the smell of wet earth mixing with the scent of pine. The sound of rustling leaves filled the air, but not from the wind. No, it was something else. A figure. I leaned forward, squinting through the glass. There, in the darkness, stood a man. He was tall, too tall, and he was just standing there, his back to the cabin. He didn't move, not even an inch. His silhouette was almost lost in the darkness of the forest, but his shape was unmistakable. My first instinct was to call out to him, ask if he needed help. But something stopped me, a sense of dread that I couldn't explain. I had worked these woods for years, and I had never encountered anyone who lingered like this. Not this long, not in the dead of night. I stayed in my seat, my pulse quickening. I stared at him through the glass, trying to make sense of what was happening. Maybe it was a hiker, maybe he was lost. But the longer I watched, the more unsettling it became. The man wasn't moving, wasn't responding to the firelight flickering in the cabin. His stillness was unnatural. Minutes passed, or maybe it was hours. Time seemed irrelevant. My eyes never left him. It felt like he was waiting for something, like he was waiting for me to make the first move. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to get up, to grab the rifle I kept by the door, but I couldn't bring myself to move. It was like I was paralyzed by the very stillness of the situation. And then, without warning, he moved. Slowly, deliberately, he turned around. The motion was so fluid, so strange, that it almost didn't seem real. I could see him more clearly now. His face was gaunt, pale, with hollow eyes that seemed to bore right through me. He was wearing a dark jacket, tattered around the edges, and his clothes looked like they'd seen far too many years of wear and tear. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. His presence alone was enough to fill the cabin with an eerie tension. He just stood there, staring directly at the glass, as though he could see me through it. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, thudding loudly, like a drum. The man's eyes never left mine. It was as if he was daring me to do something. His stare was intense, and though he was far from the cabin, the feeling of being watched was palpable. After what felt like an eternity, he finally stepped away, turning his back once again to the cabin. He didn't walk away, not yet. Instead, he simply stood there for a moment, still as ever, before walking off into the dark woods. I don't know how long I sat there, staring out at the spot where he had disappeared. My hands were trembling. I couldn't bring myself to move for what seemed like an hour, my body frozen in place. The only sound was the crackling fire and the distant chirping of insects. I finally forced myself to stand up and lock the door. My legs felt weak beneath me, my thoughts spinning. There was something wrong with that man, something I couldn't put my finger on, but I knew it in my gut. I had to get out of here. This wasn't a safe place anymore. I packed up the few essentials I had left, my jacket, my lantern, the small pack with my tools, and made my way toward the door. I was ready to leave the cabin behind, to head toward civilization. But as I stepped out, a sharp crack from the woods stopped me in my tracks. A twig snapping. I froze. My hand instinctively went to the rifle slung over my shoulder, but I knew it wasn't enough. No weapon would be enough if it was him, if he had come back. I waited. The air was still too still. I heard nothing else. No more movement, no more sound. But something told me that he was out there somewhere watching. I had to leave. I had to leave right now. I stepped away from the door, my boots crunching on the snow. The ground was hard, frozen beneath the thin layer of frost. The wind had picked up, and the sky was clouded, but it wasn't enough to stop me from heading back toward the main road. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the woods were holding me back. And maybe they were. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see him following me. But there was nothing, just the trees, the darkness, and the cold. I kept walking, my breath coming in short bursts, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't care about the job anymore. I didn't care about anything except getting out of there. By the time I reached the edge of the forest, the first light of dawn was breaking through the trees. It was a soft, pale blue that made the woods look even more eerie than they had during the night. But I was out. I had made it. I glanced back one last time, and there, in the distance, I saw him again. But this time, he was farther away, almost out of sight, yet still watching. I didn't stop. I kept walking faster now as the town came into view. I could hear the distant hum of traffic and the sounds of life. I wasn't alone anymore. By the time I reached the first house on the outskirts of town, the sun was fully up, and I knew I was safe. I walked up to the door and knocked. Someone answered, and I stepped inside, not looking back once. I never saw that man again, but sometimes, when I'm alone in the woods, I still feel his eyes on me. Sometimes, I think I can hear the faintest crunch of leaves behind me, and I wonder if he's still out there, waiting for me to make another move. The wind howled through the trees as I pulled into the gravel driveway. The cabin stood in the distance, barely visible in the fading light. It wasn't much, just a small, weathered structure tucked away in the woods of northern Idaho. It had belonged to my grandfather, a place where I spent many weekends growing up. But after his passing a few years ago, it had fallen into disrepair. That's why I was here now, alone, to do what I could to fix it up and get it back in shape. It wasn't going to be easy, and I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but I needed the escape. My name's Ben, by the way. I'm 32, divorced, and hadn't been able to shake the feeling that something was missing in my life. I thought maybe a weekend out here, in the middle of nowhere, would give me the space to clear my mind. I wasn't a big fan of crowds or distractions, and the peace of the woods was always something that called to me. I shut the engine off and sat there for a moment, taking in the silence. The cabin had been mostly untouched since the last time I visited, which had been well over a year ago. The trees around it were dense, the forest thick with pine and fir. A small creek ran a few hundred yards away, its soft gurgle almost drowned out by the wind. A few birds called from the branches, their voices high-pitched against the low rumble of the storm clouds gathering above. I grabbed my bag from the passenger seat and made my way up the porch steps. The old wood creaked underfoot, familiar yet unnerving in the stillness. My boots hit the faded welcome mat, and I paused, looking around. Nothing, just the typical sounds of nature and the faint smell of damp earth. The door was unlocked, just as I had left it the last time I came. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The air inside was stale, musty from the lack of ventilation. Cobwebs clung to the corners, and a layer of dust coated everything in sight. It was the same as I remembered it. A single, small living room with a stone fireplace on the far wall. A couple of old chairs, a couch that looked as if it had seen better days, and a table covered in old newspapers and family pictures. I could still smell the faint scent of my grandfather's pipe, with smoke, tobacco, and leather, but that too was fading. I set my bag down on the couch and started unpacking, feeling that familiar sense of solitude settle over me. I didn't know why I was so drawn to this place. Maybe it was the fact that it was the only part of my family that hadn't changed, or maybe it was just the isolation. But something about the cabin always made me feel both grounded and uneasy, like there were things about it I couldn't quite figure out. As I moved around, cleaning up the dust and setting things in order, I heard it, a faint sound, something scraping against the back of the cabin. At first, I thought it might have been a branch or some debris moving in the wind, but the more I listened, the more it didn't seem right. The sound wasn't natural. It was deliberate, almost as if someone or something was trying to hide its presence. I froze, listening closely. The scraping sound stopped. Then, after a long pause, I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate, moving around the back of the cabin. I wasn't sure what to think. I didn't expect anyone out here. This place was miles from the nearest neighbor, and I'd never seen anyone else in the area. Still, I grabbed the flashlight from the table, slid my boots on, and moved cautiously toward the door. The wind outside was picking up, and the sky was darkening fast. The storm was coming, but I wasn't worried about that. The footsteps had my attention. I opened the door just a crack and peered out into the gloom. The light from the cabin barely illuminated the porch, and I saw nothing in the distance, just trees and shadows. But the sound had come from just around the back, and my heart started to race. I couldn't explain it, but something about it felt wrong, as though I were being watched. For a moment, I stood frozen, staring into the dark, listening for anything that would give me a clue. The wind picked up again, howling through the trees. Then I heard it, a low growl, faint but unmistakable. My eyes scanned the trees. There, in the distance, just beyond the tree line, I saw a figure. A man, standing motionless, his face hidden by a hooded jacket. His stance was stiff, almost unnatural, and the way he stood there, completely still, made a chill run down my spine. I wasn't sure what to do. My instincts told me to stay inside, lock the door, and wait until the storm passed. But something else, the same feeling that had brought me out here in the first place, the need to face whatever was unsettling me, pushed me to take action. I grabbed the rifle from the corner of the room and stepped out onto the porch, trying to remain as quiet as possible. The figure hadn't moved. I wasn't a hunter, but I'd grown up with enough of a sense of self-preservation to know how to handle a weapon if I needed to. As I stepped off the porch and moved toward the trees, the wind picked up, howling through the pines, drowning out any noise. I could barely see anything in front of me as I moved deeper into the woods, but I knew I had to get closer. I reached the tree line, the darkness thickening around me. My heart pounded in my chest, but I wasn't about to turn back now. I needed to know who this person was. Then, as I rounded a particularly thick group of pines, I saw him again. He was standing by a fallen log, his back still turned to me. I froze. For a moment, everything went still. The wind stopped, and the forest around me fell silent. My breath caught in my throat as I raised the rifle, my finger instinctively sliding onto the trigger. But then the man moved. His head tilted slightly, as if he had sensed me behind him. My heart skipped a beat. He slowly turned to face me, and I was struck by the sheer emptiness in his eyes. His face was weathered and worn, his features obscured by shadows. He wasn't smiling, but there was something unsettling in the way he stared at me. Calm, unblinking, like he knew I was there the whole time. "Who are you?" I called out, but the words caught in my throat. They felt weak, useless. The man didn't respond. He just stood there, his eyes never leaving mine. I took a cautious step forward, the rifle still in my hands. My mind raced. What was this guy doing out here? And why did he seem so empty? I felt a knot tighten in my stomach, but I had to know. Then, without warning, he turned and began walking away, his footsteps slow and deliberate. He didn't run. He didn't speak. He just walked. I stood frozen, torn between curiosity and fear. I wanted to follow him, but something deep inside warned me not to. Instead, I watched as he disappeared into the trees, his figure swallowed by the darkness. For a long moment, I stood there, my rifle still at the ready, but the man was gone. The wind picked up again, swirling around me as I stood in the clearing. My breath came in shallow gasps as I realized what had just happened. Whoever that man was, he wasn't just some lost traveler. He had been watching me, following me, for a reason I couldn't understand. I backed up slowly, retracing my steps to the cabin. The storm had started to intensify, the first raindrops beginning to fall. I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it, my heart still racing. The eerie silence of the cabin returned, but now it felt heavier, more oppressive. I spent the rest of the night inside, too on edge to sleep, but the storm kept me company. I didn't hear any more footsteps or see any more figures in the woods, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. Something was out there, and it wasn't going away. The next morning, I packed up and left before the sun had fully risen. I didn't know what that man had been doing or what his presence meant, but I wasn't about to stick around to find out. I wasn't the type to run from things, but that night in the woods had shown me something I didn't understand. I drove back home in silence, the rain still coming down in sheets. It was then that I realized how much the forest and that cabin had always been a part of me, a place of both refuge and unease, a place I would never forget, even if I never came back. As I drove, I couldn't shake the image of the man's empty, unblinking stare. Whatever was out there in the woods wasn't just some random traveler. It was something more, and I had no idea what it wanted. It was late October when I found myself alone at Grandma's old cabin. The air had a chill that clung to the bones, and the trees around the cabin were shedding their leaves in waves, the wind whipping them into the yard like nature itself was trying to bury the house. Grandma had passed a year ago, and her cabin, tucked away in the woods about 2 hours north of the nearest town, had been empty since. She'd always wanted to keep it in the family, but after she was gone, nobody really seemed to want it. There was too much work, too much maintenance, and the memories of her sitting in that old rocking chair by the window were enough to keep anyone away. But I was different. I needed a break from everything. The city, the noise, the constant rush of life. So I decided to drive up, clear my head, and maybe take a few days to fix up the place. Grandma would have wanted it, I thought. Even though I wasn't exactly sure if I could handle the isolation, there was something about the cabin that felt like home. The cabin wasn't much. It was small, made of rough-hewn logs that had started to weather and rot in places. The roof was steep, designed to handle the heavy snowfalls we used to get, and the windows were small, as though to keep the warmth in and the cold out. The door creaked when I opened it, a sound I remembered well from my childhood. I let the door close behind me, and the familiar smell of pine and aged wood hit me like a memory. It was damp, musty, like nobody had cared for it in years. I packed light, just enough food and supplies to last me for the weekend. The cabin didn't have much in terms of modern comforts, but there was a wood stove, a small fridge, and a few old chairs and tables scattered about. The floors were creaky, the kind of wood that groaned underfoot, and there was a fireplace in the living room. I started a fire as soon as I could, trying to chase the chill out of the cabin, though I knew it wouldn't be enough to really warm it up. The place always had a cold, old feeling, like it was stuck in time. Night fell quickly, as it always did in the woods. The light outside dimmed, and soon the world outside the cabin was swallowed by the darkness. The fire crackled in the stove, casting long shadows on the walls. I grabbed a book off the shelf, though I wasn't really in the mood for reading. The crackling fire and the occasional gust of wind outside seemed to be the only sounds in the cabin. The silence pressed in on me, and I couldn't help but feel uneasy. I hadn't been there long before I noticed something strange, something I couldn't quite explain. There was a noise coming from the back of the cabin, near the old storage room where Grandma used to keep her canning supplies. It was subtle, but I heard it clearly, a soft scratching sound, almost like something was scraping against the wood. At first, I thought it was just the wind or the house settling, but it continued, persistent and rhythmic, as if something or someone was trying to get in. I stood up slowly, my heart beating a little faster. There was nothing back there, I told myself. Just the woods. Just the old storage room where Grandma used to keep jars of jam and pickles. But the scratching continued, and a chill ran down my spine. I grabbed a flashlight from the table and made my way to the back of the cabin. The floorboards groaned underfoot, and the air grew colder the further I walked. I reached the door to the storage room and paused. The sound stopped, and for a brief moment, I thought maybe I had imagined it. But then I heard it again, faint but unmistakable. I swung the door open and shone the flashlight inside, illuminating the dusty shelves, the old jars, and the remnants of things Grandma had left behind. The scratching had stopped, but now there was a smell, something foul like rotting wood. I stepped inside, my boots crunching on the floor. The beam of light swept across the room, and my eyes fell on something that made my stomach twist. A small pile of dirt had been scraped up against the wall. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make me take a step back. It looked fresh, like it had been disturbed recently. That's when I heard it, a soft, creaking noise coming from above. The attic. The cabin had an attic, an old, unused space where Grandma had kept blankets and extra furniture, but nobody had been up there in years. The ladder to the attic was hidden behind a trapdoor in the ceiling, and the creak I heard came from the direction of that door. The wind, I thought. Maybe it was the wind. I stood still, listening. The creak came again, followed by a faint scraping sound. It was like something or someone was moving up there. My heart thudded in my chest, and I felt a rush of cold sweat on the back of my neck. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't sure if I was just spooked by the isolation, or if there was something more to this. But whatever it was, it felt wrong. The cabin felt wrong. It wasn't just the creaks in the wood or the strange noises. It was the overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. I made my way back to the living room, trying to shake the unease that was crawling up my spine. I picked up the fire poker and held it in my hand, though I didn't know what good it would do if I needed it. I was alone. The only thing I could rely on was myself. The noise in the attic stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was up there, waiting. The fire was dying down, and the shadows in the room seemed to grow longer with each passing minute. I decided to go to bed, hoping that sleep would make everything feel better, but the thought of lying in that room with the creaking above me was unbearable. I tossed and turned for hours, listening to the wind outside and the occasional groan of the cabin. Around 3 a.m., I finally couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way to the attic. The ladder creaked under my weight as I pulled it down, and I hesitated. The idea of climbing into that dark space, not knowing what I would find, made my heart race. But curiosity got the better of me. I climbed up, my hand gripping the edge of the trapdoor. The attic was dark, pitch black, except for the narrow beam of light from my flashlight. I scanned the room slowly, and then something caught my eye. On the far side of the attic, there was a box, one I didn't recognize. It was old, covered in dust, and placed in the farthest corner, as though someone had deliberately hidden it. I stepped closer, the floorboards creaking under my weight, and as I reached for the box, I noticed something strange. The air in the attic felt thick, like it was holding its breath. I opened the box. Inside, there was nothing but old newspaper clippings and photographs. I flicked through them quickly, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Most of the photos were of Grandma, her friends, and family, but there were a few that made my stomach churn. Pictures of strangers, faces I didn't recognize, staring directly at the camera with hollow, empty eyes. I set the box down, my fingers trembling, and backed away slowly. Something wasn't right. I could feel it in my bones. The scratching sound from earlier seemed to echo in my mind, growing louder with each passing second. The attic felt colder, the shadows deeper, and then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement, a figure, a man, standing just behind me in the shadows. I didn't scream, I didn't move, couldn't. The figure was tall, almost towering, and it stood there unmoving, watching me. It had no face, just a dark, featureless outline. I turned around quickly, but it was gone. I didn't stay in that attic another second. I scrambled down the ladder and bolted for the door. The feeling of being watched didn't leave me, and the air in the cabin felt thick with something I couldn't explain. I didn't sleep that night. The morning sun couldn't come soon enough. The silence in the cabin was deafening, and I felt the weight of it pressing on me. When I left the cabin the next morning, I didn't look back. I didn't even stop to pack up my things. I don't know what I saw in that attic, or who, or what was watching me. All I know is that I never went back. The cabin still stands, abandoned and forgotten, deep in the woods. But for me, it's a place I'll never return to. Whatever it was that lingered there, it still remains, and I'm better off not knowing. It was the fall of 2017, and the leaves were just starting to turn when I found myself driving up a narrow dirt road deep into the hills of the Adirondacks. I'd been invited to spend the weekend at an old, secluded cabin by a friend I hadn't seen in years, Matt. We'd grown up together in a small town not far from here, and over time, as life took us in different directions, we'd lost touch. But a few months ago, Matt had sent me a message out of the blue, inviting me to reconnect. I wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea of a cabin weekend in the middle of nowhere, but I figured it would be good to catch up with an old friend. Matt had been different back in high school. Quiet, reserved, always kind of a loner. But over the years, he'd become more of an outdoorsman, spending most of his time in remote places. The invitation came with a promise of solitude, fresh air, and no distractions. He'd said the cabin had no electricity or running water, but it was well maintained and surrounded by miles of forest. I should have asked more questions about the place, but I was eager to get away from the routine, from the noise of the city, and from the constant buzz of modern life. I packed up my car, grabbed a few supplies, and set off for the weekend, not expecting anything out of the ordinary. The road to the cabin was long and winding. The deeper I went into the forest, the more isolated everything felt. The trees grew denser, the air colder. There were no other vehicles in sight, no houses, nothing but the occasional trail marker indicating the way to the cabin. Eventually, the road turned into a rutted path, barely wide enough for my car, and the forest closed in on both sides. When I finally reached the cabin, it was everything Matt had described. A small, weathered building made of logs, sitting among towering pines. The roof had patches of moss, and the front porch sagged slightly, but it was undeniably charming in its own way. I parked my car and grabbed my bags, stepping out into the cool, crisp air. The silence was overwhelming. Not a bird chirped, not a breeze stirred the branches. I felt a twinge of unease, but brushed it off as normal for a secluded place like this. After all, it was just me and Matt for the weekend. What could go wrong? The door creaked as I opened it, revealing a rustic interior with mismatched furniture, a stone fireplace, and old wooden floors that seemed to have absorbed the smell of pine and age. There was a small kitchen area, a table with 2 chairs, and a lofted space above for sleeping. It looked exactly like the kind of cabin you'd expect to find in the woods, cozy, simple, and functional. I put my bags down on the couch and sat by the fire, waiting for Matt. He told me he'd be arriving later that evening, so I decided to explore a little. The cabin was surrounded by thick trees, and I could barely see beyond the edge of the clearing. There was a small trail leading into the woods, which I followed for a while, but soon turned back. The deeper into the forest I went, the more I felt like I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I returned to the cabin and closed the door behind me. That night, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened quickly and the air grew colder. I built up the fire and tried to distract myself by unpacking. There was something unsettling about being out here alone, even though I told myself I was just overthinking it. When Matt arrived, it was already well past dark. He stepped through the door, carrying a heavy bag over his shoulder and a look of exhaustion on his face. "Long drive," he said, setting his things down. "Glad you could make it." We chatted for a while, catching up on the years we'd missed. Matt seemed different. He was thinner, his face more gaunt, and his eyes were darker, as if he hadn't been sleeping well. Still, I didn't think much of it. He was always the kind of guy who preferred solitude, even back when we were younger. We ate a simple dinner of canned beans and rice, talked more about life, and then settled in front of the fire for a bit. The cabin, with its warmth and simplicity, felt like a step back in time. But as the night went on, an odd unease began to creep in. The forest outside was eerily quiet, and at times, I could have sworn I heard faint rustling noises coming from the trees. I told myself it was just the wind, but the feeling lingered. Matt, however, seemed unbothered. After a while, he stood up and went to the loft to grab something, leaving me alone by the fire. That's when I heard it, a tapping sound on the window, soft at first, but then it grew louder, like a knock, slow and deliberate. I jumped up, heart racing, and walked cautiously to the window. Outside, I saw nothing but the shadows of the trees swaying in the breeze. I opened the window, thinking it might have just been a branch tapping against the glass, but there was nothing there. The silence was deafening. When Matt came back down from the loft, he noticed my unease. "Everything okay?" he asked, looking at me curiously. "Yeah, I just thought I heard something," I replied, trying to shake off the feeling. "Probably just my imagination." Matt chuckled, but there was something off about his smile. It didn't quite reach his eyes, and his gaze seemed distant. Later that night, as we sat by the fire, we heard it again. A low, guttural sound coming from somewhere just beyond the tree line, like a grunt or a growl. My skin prickled, and I looked over at Matt. He didn't seem concerned, but the hair on the back of my neck stood up. "You hear that?" I asked. Matt nodded slowly, but he didn't seem alarmed. "It's probably just a bear. They roam these woods sometimes." But it didn't sound like a bear. Bears don't make sounds like that. We sat in silence for a while, both listening to the occasional rustle of leaves and the eerie silence that followed. At some point, Matt suggested we go to bed, and I reluctantly agreed. But sleep wouldn't come. I kept hearing the noises outside, footsteps, soft whispers, like someone or something was moving around the cabin. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, but the longer I lay there, the more I felt the weight of something watching me. I couldn't tell if it was the darkness outside, the isolation, or something else entirely, but I didn't feel safe. I must have finally drifted off because the next thing I knew, I was awoken by a loud crash. My heart jumped into my throat as I shot up in bed, looking around. Matt's side of the room was empty. I glanced around in the dim light, trying to make sense of the noise. I heard a door creak open, followed by a soft shuffle of footsteps. Matt was standing in the doorway, looking disoriented, as if he'd been sleepwalking. "What happened?" I asked, my voice shaky. "I don't know," he muttered, rubbing his eyes. I heard something outside. I thought I saw someone moving through the trees." I froze. "Someone?" He nodded, his expression grim. "Yeah, but when I went to check, I couldn't find anyone. It was like they vanished into thin air. The silence between us was thick. I didn't know what to think. Could have been a trick of the mind, or maybe Matt was just as rattled as I was. But the longer I sat there, the more I realized something wasn't right about this place. And Matt, something about him felt off. He wasn't acting like himself. I didn't sleep much that night. Every sound, every movement in the trees outside sent my heart racing. And when dawn finally came, the world outside felt like a completely different place. Cold, desolate, and oppressive. When Matt and I went outside to get some fresh air, the forest seemed off. The birds weren't chirping, and the air was thick with tension. That's when I saw it, tracks. Fresh ones, leading from the tree line and stopping just short of the cabin. They were large, deep prints, unlike any animal I had ever seen. Matt's face went pale when he saw them. "What the hell is that?" I didn't have an answer. All I knew was that whatever was out there wasn't friendly. As we stood there, trying to make sense of it all, I noticed something strange in the distance. A figure, someone or something, standing between the trees watching us. Before I could say anything, Matt grabbed my arm. "We need to go. Now." We ran back into the cabin, barricading the door and windows. I wasn't sure what we were up against, but I knew one thing for certain. We weren't alone out here. We spent the rest of the day in a tense silence, watching for any movement outside, listening for any sounds. By the time nightfall came, Matt was almost frantic. He kept pacing, muttering to himself, his eyes darting to the door every few seconds. "I'm getting out of here," he finally said. "I can't stay another night." I agreed, and we packed up what we could, intending to leave first thing in the morning. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, the noises returned. Louder now, closer, and unmistakable. Someone was outside, but when we tried to open the door, it wouldn't budge. Something or someone had barricaded us inside. The last thing I remember before everything went dark was the sound of footsteps outside, growing louder, and then the feeling of being trapped. The next morning, a rescue team arrived at the cabin. Matt and I were found, shaken but alive. The tracks outside were gone, the cabin untouched. There was no sign of anyone who had been out there. They said it was probably an animal, a bear, maybe a person, but no one could explain the tracks. I haven't heard from Matt since that weekend. Maybe he went back to the cabin. Maybe it's still out there, but I'll never go back. Not ever. It was the middle of October when I was assigned to a remote ranger's cabin deep in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains, a place called Cedar Hollow. It wasn't the busiest time of year, so it wasn't like I'd be swarmed with campers or hikers. But the isolation always got to me a little bit. The kind of isolation that makes your thoughts feel louder, as if the silence was too thick to bear. I was stationed at the cabin for the week, supposed to keep an eye on the surrounding woods, clear out the occasional fallen tree, and make sure the paths were safe for hikers. Simple enough. The cabin itself wasn't much. One of those old wood and stone buildings that seemed like it had been there since forever. It had a few creaky rooms, a wood stove for heat, and a single bed that looked like it hadn't been slept in for months. The whole place smelled like pine, wood, and a little mustiness from age. Felt oddly comforting, though. I didn't mind the quiet, but the nights in Cedar Hollow were something else. The first night, I didn't sleep much. The wind howled outside the cabin, shaking the trees like some invisible hand was trying to tear them down. Every gust of wind against the roof made the old beams creak, and it took me a while to get used to the noises. The cabin, the woods, it all had its own rhythm, one I hadn't learned yet. The second day was when things started to feel off. I woke up early, just before the sun began to rise. The mist was heavy that morning, curling up from the ground and swallowing up everything in sight. I decided to take a walk to the edge of the woods, just to stretch my legs and get some fresh air. The dampness of the morning clung to my skin, and I could hear the occasional crack of branches as animals moved through the underbrush. Nothing too unusual, just the normal sounds of a forest waking up. But then, as I was making my way back toward the cabin, I saw something odd near the edge of the clearing. Just beyond the trees, in a little hollow, a figure. It wasn't anything distinct at first, just a shape in the mist. At first, I thought it was a person, maybe a lost hiker or a hunter. But then, I realized it wasn't moving. Not at all. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I stood there for a moment, frozen in place. The air felt thicker, colder, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I blinked, hoping the figure would move, but it stayed where it was. A tall, hunched shadow standing motionless in the fog. Something instinctual told me to move toward it. But then, just as quickly, a cold rush of fear settled in. I couldn't explain it. Maybe it was the stillness, the unnaturalness of the figure's position, but every fiber of my being screamed at me to turn around and go back to the cabin. I did just that. I walked quickly, trying to push away the unease that settled in my chest. I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder as I went, half expecting the figure to be following me. But the forest remained empty, the only sounds coming from the rustling of leaves in the trees. Back at the cabin, I closed the door behind me and locked it. I tried to shake off the feeling of dread that clung to me, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I was alone out here, and when you're alone for too long, you start to imagine things. That's all it was, right? But as the day passed, something didn't feel right. The woods seemed quieter than usual, and the air was heavier. The wind had died down, leaving behind a stillness that felt oppressive. Every creak of the cabin felt like it echoed in the silence. That night, I sat by the wood stove, reading a book to pass the time. The only light was from the flickering flames, casting long shadows against the walls. My thoughts kept drifting back to the figure I'd seen in the morning. I kept trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a tree stump or a trick of the mist, but something in my gut told me it wasn't. The clock ticked on, and the darkness outside seemed to stretch on forever. It wasn't until around 2 a.m. when the real strangeness started. It began with a knock at the door, just one sharp, hard knock. It wasn't a tapping or a soft rapping, it was loud. Too loud for a person out in the woods at this time of night. My heart skipped a beat. I stood up and went to the window, peering through the heavy curtains. Nothing. I stepped back, confusion setting in. Maybe I had imagined it, I thought. Maybe the wind had blown something against the door. I tried to calm myself, but that's when it happened again. A knock, louder this time. It wasn't a normal knock. It was desperate, like something or someone wanted to be let in. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I stood there in the darkness, listening to the silence that followed. I grabbed my flashlight and crept to the door. I wasn't sure what I expected to find on the other side. A lost hiker? A wild animal? But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. I opened the door slowly, peeking outside with the beam of the flashlight cutting through the dark. My breath hitched when I saw nothing. The forest stood still, the fog thickening, but there was no sign of anyone or anything around the cabin. Just trees, just the creeping mist. I stepped back, the knot in my stomach tightening. There was something deeply wrong about this place, about the way the world outside seemed to hold its breath, waiting. I shut the door again, locking it securely. The rest of the night was restless. Couldn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, made me jump, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The next morning, I decided to head to the spot where I had seen the figure earlier. Maybe I could find something, anything, that would explain what had happened. I grabbed my gear and hiked out toward the clearing, my boots crunching the wet leaves beneath me. When I reached the edge of the woods, my heart skipped in my chest. The figure was gone, but there, in the damp earth, were tracks. Deep, wide tracks that looked like they belonged to a large man or something larger. I crouched down to inspect them, my breath fogging in the cool air. The prints were fresh, and they seemed to be heading deeper into the woods. A feeling of dread washed over me. I stood up quickly, backing away from the tracks. Something about them felt wrong, unnatural. I didn't want to follow them. I didn't want to get any closer to whatever had been out there, but I couldn't shake the need to know what it was. The curiosity gnawed at me. It was a dangerous thought, I knew that. But then, as if on cue, the sky darkened. The wind picked up again, this time with a biting coldness that made me shiver. I stood there for a moment, weighing my options. Should I go back to the cabin? Should I just forget about the tracks? Forget about the feeling that something was watching me? But as I turned to leave, something snapped. A branch breaking, a rustling in the underbrush. I wasn't alone. The footsteps were heavy, slow, and deliberate, drawing closer, and my heart raced in my chest. I didn't wait around. I bolted back toward the cabin, not daring to look back, not daring to slow down. When I got back to the cabin, I locked all the doors, bolted the windows, and sat in the corner with my rifle at my side. I was wide awake now, every nerve in my body on edge, waiting for something to happen. And that's when I heard it. A soft, steady scratching at the door. It didn't stop. It went on for hours. But when the morning finally came, it was gone. The scratching, the footsteps, the feeling of being watched, they were all gone. For the rest of the week, I never saw the figure again. The woods returned to their normal quiet, and the scratching never came back. But the unease stayed with me, even after I left Cedar Hollow. To this day, I can't explain what I saw or heard, but I know one thing for sure. The woods out there are old, older than I can even imagine, and they hold secrets that no one should uncover. I was 34 when I took that trip in the spring of 2013. My name's Mike Lambert, and back then I worked as a freelance photographer based out of Boise, Idaho. I did mostly outdoor and travel photography for magazines and websites, Stuff like hiking trails, old barns, abandoned places, the kind of places people romanticized, but only ever wanted to look at in pictures. The trip to Black Hollow wasn't something I had planned far ahead. I had been scouting locations that hadn't been overdone, and a buddy of mine tipped me off about the stretch of old road in the hills near Grangeville that had a half-collapsed homestead and a supposedly abandoned trapper's cabin a few miles deeper into the woods. He said it was quiet and isolated, and that there were no trails marked on the map anymore. That was what drew me in. I packed up my gear the following morning. Camera, tripod, a week's worth of food, water filters, tent, camping stove, warm clothes. I threw everything into my SUV and set off. I planned to hike the area over 5 or 6 days, camping along the way, taking shots of whatever stood out. I also brought a little revolver, more for wildlife than anything else. I've always been the kind of guy who'd rather have it and not need it. It was just past noon when I turned off the main road onto the old gravel track known as Black Hollow Road. It barely showed up on GPS and had long since stopped being maintained. The entrance was blocked by a fallen pine and a rusted-out fence gate, but I drove around it through the brush. The road twisted for miles through thick pine and fir trees, narrowing until branches scraped the sides of the SUV. Eventually, I found a flat spot to park and got out. It was quiet, too quiet. No traffic sounds, no wind, just the distant rustle of leaves now and then. I double-checked my pack and locked the SUV behind me. I hadn't told anyone exactly where I was going, just said I'd be up near Grangeville for a week. That was normal for me. I liked the solitude. I'd never felt unsafe in the woods before. The first day was uneventful. I hiked maybe 5 or 6 miles in, snapping shots of trees, moss-covered stumps, and one of those old stone chimneys still standing by itself. The air was cool, the forest dense. It smelled of pine needles and wet soil. I set up camp on a small rise and cooked some instant noodles. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing branches cracking far off and what sounded like something large moving. But when I flashed my light around, I saw nothing. By the third day, I found the old cabin. It was half hidden behind a grove of twisted, dead-looking birches. The place looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. The roof sagged, the windows were smashed or boarded up, and the wood was dark with age and rot. There was no path leading to it, no obvious sign anyone had been there in years. I stopped maybe 50 feet away and just stared. Something about it made me feel off, uneasy, like I shouldn't be there. But that was also exactly what I wanted. I took a dozen shots from different angles. The light filtering through the trees hit just right, making the place look eerie and timeless. It was perfect. Then I decided to get closer. The front door was hanging off its top hinge. I stepped onto the porch, which creaked like it was going to give out. Inside, it was dark and smelled like mold and dry rot. I stepped in slowly, flashlight in one hand, the other ready near my revolver. It was one large room with a stone fireplace at the far end. There was a rusted bed frame, a tipped-over table, and a pile of decayed blankets in the corner. Dust coated everything. I didn't see any modern junk. No beer cans, no cigarette butts. Nothing to suggest people came here for parties or squatting. I knelt down near the fireplace and saw something odd. Scrape marks on the stone floor, like heavy furniture had been dragged, maybe recently. I followed them to a patch of floor that looked slightly darker than the rest. I tapped it with my boot. It sounded hollow. There was a trapdoor. I stared at it for a long time before doing anything. My flashlight beam flicked across it again and again. No lock, no handle, just an old iron ring. My gut told me to walk away, to leave and not come back. But my curiosity got the better of me. Pulled it open. The air that came up was cold. I shone my light down. Wooden steps disappeared into blackness. I called myself an idiot under my breath and slowly started down. The cellar was shallow, maybe 7 feet deep. The walls were stone, and the floor was packed dirt. There were jars on a shelf, old canned goods long since spoiled. But what caught my attention was the corner. Someone had dug a hole. It was maybe 4 feet wide and 6 feet deep. The dirt was piled neatly beside it, not scattered. At the bottom, I saw something gray and cloth-like. I leaned closer with the flashlight. It was a tarp. I stepped into the pit. I shouldn't have done that. As soon as I crouched down, I realized it wasn't just a tarp. It was covering something. I hesitated, then peeled one side back. There was a backpack, a modern one, weatherproof, with a faded logo and zippered pockets. Not old, not from the cabin's era. I unzipped it carefully. Inside was a wallet, a phone with a cracked screen, and a few other things. I pulled the wallet out and flipped it open. The ID inside was for a guy named Ryan Hall. He looked about my age. His driver's license was from Spokane. The issue date was less than a year old. That was when I noticed the smell. It wasn't strong, not like rotting meat, but it was there, old, faint, but unmistakable. My stomach twisted. I heard a creak above me. I froze, then turned the flashlight upward. The trapdoor was still open, but something had moved. Dust had fallen from the ceiling. I killed the light. I stayed still in the dark, listening. Nothing, but I knew someone was up there. I waited, holding my breath. Minutes passed. When I finally climbed out of the pit, I kept the light off and moved slowly. The cellar was silent. I made my way up the stairs, revolver drawn, every step feeling like it might be my last. When I reached the main floor, I saw it. A boot print in the dust, fresh, bigger than mine. I backed out of the cabin fast, heart pounding. I looked around. Nothing. No sounds. No movement. But I didn't wait. I turned and started jogging back the way I came. The sun was low, the forest dimming. Every shadow looked alive. That night, I didn't camp. I kept walking until I reached the SUV around midnight. I was so wired I didn't even sleep, just locked the doors and stayed alert. By sunrise, I drove straight back to Boise. I didn't tell anyone what I found for days. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I looked up Ryan Hall. There was a missing persons report from 6 months earlier. He'd gone hiking near Grangeville and never come back. No body had been found. I didn't call the cops. I just sat with it. Eventually, I made an anonymous tip. I sent a printed map with the cabin's rough location and said I'd found it while hiking. I never got a response. I stayed out of the woods after that. I sold off my photography gear, stopped freelancing. I still think about the boot print. Whoever it was, they didn't want that place found. Maybe they lived out there off the grid. Maybe they'd done something worse. All I know is I was lucky. That cabin is probably still there, rotting in the woods. Part of me wants to go back. Part of me knows I'd never come out again if I did. That's enough. I'm alive. That's enough. I was 32 when I decided to build that cabin. It was October 2017, and I just quit my job at a fabrication shop in Ohio. I didn't hate the work, but everything about the city had started to choke me. The noise, the people, the traffic, the routine. I'd been saving money for years with the quiet idea of building something of my own in the woods. Nothing fancy, just a place where I could sleep, cook, split some firewood, and hear myself think. I wasn't trying to go full off the grid or survivalist. I just wanted quiet. A few months before that, I bought a small plot of land in Kentucky, just outside a town called Irvine. It was about 5.5 acres, mostly hardwood trees, with a clearing on the north end that used to be part of someone's cattle pasture decades ago. There were no buildings on the land anymore, just a rusted gate, some collapsed fencing, and a rotted barn foundation you could barely see through the weeds. I drove down from Ohio on a Thursday morning in early October, just as the leaves were starting to change. I had the truck loaded down with tools, supplies, a cheap tent, and a trailer full of treated lumber I'd picked up from a guy off Craigslist. He was getting rid of the extra from a deck project he never finished. I wasn't going to say no to a deal. The plan was to build something small, just a single-room structure with a sloped roof, enough for a bed, a stove, and a couple chairs.
No plumbing.
No electricity, just dry space. The first few days went smooth. I set up the tent close to the tree line, not far from the gravel path that led into the clearing. It wasn't really a road, but it was enough for the truck to get through without getting stuck. I spent Friday and Saturday measuring out the cabin footprint, leveling the ground as best I could, and digging in the concrete deck blocks I'd brought along to hold the foundation joists. By Sunday, I had the floor frame laid out and half the subfloor nailed down. It was hard work alone, especially moving all the lumber without help, but the quiet was what I came out there for. The only sounds were the wind through the trees, the scrape of my shovel, the steady tap of my hammer, and sometimes the echo of far-off gunshots. Not unusual out there during hunting season. Monday morning, I noticed the weather was changing. The clouds were heavy and low, and everything smelled like rain. I checked the forecast before I left, and it hadn't called for any serious storms, but that meant nothing out in the hills. Weather rolls in quick down there, and cell signal was garbage. I could only pick up a single bar if I walked half a mile up the gravel path and stood near a rusted farm gate. I figured I had a good 6 or 7 hours before the rain came. I decided to get the walls framed while the daylight lasted. I worked hard all day, barely stopping except to sip water or check my rough drawings. Around 5 p.m., it started to sprinkle, just a light patter at first. I got the last wall frame tacked together, leaned it up, and braced it with some temporary supports. I was soaked by the time I finished hammering in the last nail. The air was damp and cool, and my shirt stuck to my skin. I stepped back and looked at what I had so far. 4 walls framed out, subfloor in place, a roof line marked with chalk. No roof yet.
No siding.
Nothing to stop the rain but the nylon walls of my tent. I ate a cold dinner sitting on a stack of 2x6s while the rain picked up. I'd been sweating all day, and now the chill was creeping in under my skin. My boots were soaked through, and my socks squished with every step. The tent leaked in the corners, and the floor was turning to mud where I dragged in wet clothes. I told myself I'd finish the roof in the morning if the rain let up, but that night things turned. It started sometime around 2 a.m. The rain had gotten heavier, and the wind howled across the clearing like it had teeth. I was awake, staring at the roof of the tent, listening to the plastic crinkle and groan. The wind kept pressing the fabric down, then letting go in bursts. Every few minutes, I'd hear branches snap in the woods behind me. Then I heard something else. It was faint at first, a kind of dragging sound. Not footsteps, just a slow scrape, like something being pulled across wet leaves. I figured maybe it was a deer or a branch fallen and sliding down the hill, but it kept going. A long, steady noise. Stop. Then again. Drag. Stop. Drag. I sat up in the tent and turned off the little flashlight I had clipped to the frame. My ears strained in the dark. The wind made it hard to hear clearly, but the dragging noise seemed closer now, near the edge of the trees, maybe 20 or 30 feet from the tent. I reached for the hatchet I kept beside my cot, not because I thought I'd need it, just because I didn't know what else to do with my hands. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon, but it didn't sound like one. Eventually, the dragging stopped. I didn't sleep. I sat there wide-eyed until the sky started to pale. When the rain eased off at dawn, I stepped out of the tent and walked the perimeter of the clearing. My boots sank in the mud. The air smelled sharp and wet, like copper and wet bark. I didn't see anything at first, but near the west edge of the clearing, just beyond where the cabin frame stood, I noticed the ground was torn up. Not just footprints, more like gouges. Long scratches in the mud, maybe 2 or 3 feet apart, as if something heavy had been dragged. There were no boot prints, no paw prints either, just deep, smeared ruts leading from the trees toward the unfinished cabin and then stopping short about 10 feet from the foundation. It spooked me, but I told myself it was just erosion. Maybe the rain washed out some of the softer soil and caused some fallen limb to slide downhill. That kind of thing happens. Still, I kept the hatchet in my belt all day while I worked. I got the roof frame up by noon, then started laying plywood sheets across the rafters. The sky stayed gray. The air was damp and close, and every step on the roof felt slippery. I moved slow. By dusk, I tacked down a tarp over the top to hold off the next wave of rain. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. That night, I didn't sleep in the tent. I dragged my cot inside the half-finished cabin and set it up under the roof. The walls were still open to the wind, but at least I wasn't lying in mud. I rolled out a wool blanket, put a small lantern on a crate beside me, and lay down with my boots on. It rained again. Not as hard as the night before, but steady. I drifted off sometime after midnight. I woke up to a sound like wood splitting.
I sæt bolt oprejt.
The lantern had burned out, and the only light was from the moon behind the clouds, filtered through the plastic tarp. The noise came again, a sharp crack. Not thunder, not a branch falling. It sounded like wood being twisted, forced. I stood slowly and stepped out of the structure. The rain had stopped, but the air was thick with fog. Everything looked pale and flat. I could barely see the treeline. I walked around the cabin, checking the supports. Nothing looked broken, but on the far side, where I'd left a pile of extra framing lumber, some of the boards were scattered. Not just blown by wind. Some had been tossed 5 or 6 feet away. That dragging sound came again, closer this time. I turned toward it and saw movement, a blur behind the fog, low to the ground. I didn't chase it. I didn't call out. I just backed up slowly and went back into the cabin. I sat there, hatchet in hand, for the rest of the night, listening. In the morning, I found more tracks, deeper this time, long gouges in the dirt. Not claw marks, not from any animal I know. It looked like something had been scraping metal or bone through the mud. I didn't pack up. I should have. I wanted to finish the cabin. I told myself I could deal with a few weird nights if it meant having a place of my own. The next 3 days, I worked from sunup to sundown. I got the walls closed in with plywood, the roof shingled, the door frame built. I didn't hear anything else at night. No more dragging, no more movement, just the wind and the rain. I started to relax again. On the 5th day, I hiked up the path to make a call. Told my brother I'd be back in a week or so. Asked him to check my mail. When I got back to the cabin, the door I just hung was gone. Not open, gone. Ripped clean off the frame. The hinges were still there, twisted. The screws torn out. The door itself was 30 feet away, in the brush, splintered. Something had slammed into it from the outside. That was it for me. I didn't wait to pack everything. I grabbed my tools, my cot, my tarp, and whatever food I hadn't buried to keep from animals. I threw it all in the truck and left. Didn't even tarp the trailer. When I got back to Ohio, I didn't sleep for 3 days. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that dragging sound. Months passed before I could even talk about it. Eventually, I sold the land. Took a loss. Didn't matter. I didn't want to set foot there again. The guy who bought it asked if I'd started building, and I said yeah, just a bit. Didn't mention what happened. Sometimes I think about what I heard, what I saw, and I try to explain it. Some nights, I tell myself it was just animals. The weather. My mind playing tricks in the dark. But I know what I heard. I know how it felt standing in that fog, holding a hatchet, listening to something crawl through the trees like it was watching me, testing the edges. I don't camp anymore. I don't build. I rent a small place now. It's loud and crowded and always smells like somebody else's dinner, but the walls are solid. There's a lock on the door, and at night, I don't hear anything dragging through the woods. I was 36 the year I took the job watching over an old burial ground on the outskirts of a nowhere town called Fielden. It was in northern Wyoming, a few miles past anything you'd see on a regular map, nestled between low hills and pine patches that stayed frozen 8 months of the year. It wasn't a job people fought over. The town had fewer than 400 people, and most of them wouldn't go near the place, not out of superstition, they said, but because it was a pain to drive out there and no one really liked the guy who ran the grounds before me. I never met him. They said he just left one day without saying anything. The job was simple enough on paper. There was an old caretaker's cabin near the edge of the graveyard, up on a slope that gave a good view of the headstones below. My job was to stay in that cabin and keep watch. That was it.
No digging, no maintenance.
Just keep an eye out, they said. For what, they didn't say. I assumed they meant animals or vandals, but honestly, who would drive out that far just to tip over a headstone? The town council paid me in cash once a week. I didn't care for questions. I was coming off a few bad years and just needed to be left alone. I'd worked construction most of my life, and after a fall from scaffolding left my right leg full of steel pins and screws, I wasn't going back to heavy lifting anytime soon. The graveyard gig was quiet, solitary. That was what I wanted. The cabin was built in 1910, long before modern building codes or anything resembling comfort. It was a single room with a cast iron stove, a warped table, 2 chairs that didn't match, and a narrow bed with a frame that groaned under even my modest weight. The floorboards bowed and creaked with every step. There was a small bathroom with a gravity-fed tank and a propane heater that sputtered like it was trying to cough itself to death. There was no signal up there. I brought books and a deck of cards, but I mostly just sat at the window and looked out over the gravestones. The first couple of weeks were uneventful. Cold mornings, long nights. Snow came early that year, and by mid-October, I was shoveling my way out of the door most mornings. The graveyard wasn't that large, maybe 200 plots, with most of the stones faded so bad you couldn't read them without rubbing charcoal over the names. The newest grave was from the early 80s, some kid who died in a hunting accident. The oldest was 1869, a wooden marker so rotted it barely stood upright anymore. I kept a notebook just to keep myself sane. Wrote down what time I got up, what I ate, what I saw. I logged the weather. Sometimes, I drew the trees outside the cabin or mapped out where the stones were. I was bored. That's when I started noticing the patterns. The first thing was the footprints. There shouldn't have been any. No one came up that way, not even from the town. But one morning after a light snowfall, I saw a clear set of boot prints starting from the back of the graveyard and ending at the fence behind the cabin. They weren't mine. I'd come from the front that morning, same as every day. I followed them. The tracks weren't wide like someone pacing. They were tight like someone had walked slow and deliberate, maybe even limping. They disappeared past the tree line. No car tracks, no tire marks in the snow. I circled the cabin. Nothing else. I didn't tell anyone in town. I didn't know anyone well enough, and frankly, I didn't want them thinking I was jumpy. I was getting paid to keep an eye on the place, not stir up trouble. I cleared the tracks with a broom and went about my day. But then it happened again. A week later, this time the prints were in a loop, coming from the same place, circling 2 graves near the bottom of the slope and ending behind the outhouse. Still no tire tracks. Still no signs of anyone coming or going. I started locking the cabin door at night. That first month, I hadn't bothered. The place felt too remote for anyone to care. Now I kept the iron poker from the stove next to my bed. I started waking up at odd hours, like something had shifted in the room. I never caught anyone, but the prints kept appearing. Sometimes only a few, sometimes dozens, like someone pacing between the rows of headstones. Then came the smell. It started on a windless morning. The air was thick and still, and I noticed something foul drifting through the cabin window, like rotting meat mixed with engine oil. I thought maybe an animal had died under the cabin. I spent the day crawling through the crawl space with a flashlight and a dust mask. Found nothing but some old mason jars and rat droppings. The smell got worse. Not constant, just flashes. A gust through the cracks in the wall. A sudden wave when I stepped outside. I walked the grounds, nose to my sleeve, trying to pinpoint it. Near the old chapel ruins on the far edge of the cemetery, the smell was strongest. There was a stone wall that had crumbled decades ago, and beneath it, I found something I hadn't noticed before. It looked like a hatch, a square cut in the earth, framed in cracked concrete, with a rusted metal door half covered in dirt and leaves. I cleared it off and gave it a pull. It didn't budge. I went back to the cabin, grabbed my crowbar, and came back. Took 10 minutes of prying before the hinges shrieked and the door swung open. It was pitch black inside. Cold air rushed out, and the smell hit me so hard I nearly dropped the light. I went down 6 steps into what looked like a short corridor. Stone walls, maybe 8 feet long, leading to a chamber that widened slightly. The air was stale and greasy. I played the flashlight around the walls.
No shelves, no markings.
But there were hooks, dozens of them, embedded in the stone, some hanging low, others at head height. Chains dangled from a few. Something had happened down there, something bad. I left fast, sealed the hatch and packed dirt over it with my boot. That night I didn't sleep. I sat at the window watching the graves. I didn't write in my notebook. I didn't light a fire. The snow had started again, soft and slow, and I watched the flakes settle on the stones, on the trees, on the slope that led down to the graveyard. And then I saw it. Movement. Not a deer or a fox. Not even a person walking. It was just the way the snow was disturbed. A shadow that moved too slow to be wind. A single line of steps forming, one after the other, through the untouched powder. I couldn't see who made them. There was no shape, just the marks, deep and wide, coming up the slope toward the cabin. I didn't go outside. By morning, the prints were still there, leading up to the porch. They stopped at the window. After that, I started carrying a rifle. I didn't tell anyone. What would I say? That footsteps were forming on their own? That a hatch under the old chapel stank like death? That someone or something was walking circles in the snow but leaving no trace of how they came or went? I didn't leave. I needed the job. I told myself it was a vagrant. Maybe someone living rough in the woods. Maybe a hunter gone off the grid. That explained the footprints. But not the hatch. Not the smell. One night, I woke up to the sound of something dragging across the floor outside. Not footsteps. Not shuffling. Dragging. Like something heavy being pulled across the frozen dirt. I waited. Held the rifle to my chest. Counted the seconds. I heard the sound circle the cabin, then stop beneath the window. In the morning, there were no tracks, just a pile of ashes near the door, like someone had burned a heap of cloth or skin. The smell was back, worse than before. I made a decision that night. I'd go back down into the hatch and see what was really there. Not a quick look this time, a real one. I needed to know if I was losing my mind or if someone else was using that place for God knows what. I went down with 2 flashlights, a mask, and a knife. The hooks were the same. The smell hadn't faded, but in one corner of the chamber, the stone looked different. Blackened, almost oily. I touched it and my fingers came back sticky. Not blood, something thicker, chemical. And there were scratches on the floor, drag marks, leading toward the wall. I pushed. Part of the stone shifted. Behind it, a narrow tunnel, maybe 4 feet high, carved in raw earth. I didn't go in. I didn't need to, because I heard something. A breath, slow, deep, from somewhere inside the tunnel. I sealed the hatch. I filled it with rocks and dirt and packed it until the door wouldn't close. It would just disappear. The next morning, I hiked into town. I didn't pack my things. I didn't say goodbye. I never went back to Fielden. 2 weeks later, a newspaper clipping made its way online. A fire had broken out in the hills. Some old burial ground. No structures left standing. The flames burned so hot they melted the stone markers. The article said it was likely an old propane leak. Maybe lightning. No one was hurt. No one ever went there. They never found the hatch. But I know it's there, beneath the earth under the ashes, waiting. It was late autumn of 2016, and I was 34. I'd just come out of a long relationship that left me with more silence in my life than I was used to. I worked as a freelance surveyor based out of Norwich, and that year I took on a short-term contract in Cumbria, some property assessments out in the hills. I needed the time away. Being alone in a cabin somewhere remote sounded like the right kind of medicine for everything I'd been dragging around with me. I rented a small cabin near the edge of a disused logging area, just past Ullswater. The place wasn't listed on any public websites. It was an old acquaintance's property that hadn't been touched in years. He gave it to me cheap, saying I just needed to bring my own fuel for the stove and my own food. The drive there was about 5 hours, most of it winding through the kind of countryside that makes you feel like you've dropped off the edge of the map. When I arrived, the wind was already pushing dead leaves up the gravel path. The cabin stood on the edge of a tree line, its back against the slope of a hill. It was basic, just a boxy timber structure with a slanted tin roof, faded red trim on the windows, and a narrow porch that groaned when I stepped on it. Inside, it had the smell of cold wood and dust. One room had a narrow cot and a rusted sink. The fireplace looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years, but I didn't mind. I had a portable heater in the back of my van, and I planned to use it until I could get the chimney cleared properly. The power worked, though it flickered a bit, and the water came from a spring-fed line out back. The days passed slowly. I spent them walking the perimeter of the area I'd been assigned to survey, logging data into a handheld GPS unit, scribbling observations into a notebook. I'd come back to the cabin in the late afternoons, boots muddy and hands cold. I didn't mind the isolation. It was the first real quiet I'd had in months. No texts, no one calling. The only odd thing was the stillness of the woods behind the cabin. Even when the wind pushed hard through the trees, the deeper part of the forest didn't seem to move. The pines stood tall and packed tight, darker than they should have been during the day, and almost black at dusk. On the fourth night, just after I'd made a small dinner, rice and beans on a camp stove, I stepped out onto the porch with a tin cup of tea. The temperature had dropped sharply. I could see my breath. That's when I saw something. At first, I thought it was a shadow, just movement among the trees. But the shape didn't blend like a shadow should have. It was pale, a figure standing just at the edge of the tree line. My first thought was that it was another hiker or someone from a nearby cottage. But I hadn't seen a single person since I'd arrived. She was facing the cabin, but not moving. I couldn't see her face, just her silhouette, thin, with long arms and a pale coat or maybe a dress. It was hard to tell. I stood frozen for maybe 30 seconds before stepping back inside and locking the door. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I drifted off, I'd wake up with the image of her still in my mind, just standing there, not doing anything. No footsteps, no sounds. In the morning, there was no sign of her. I walked down to the tree line and looked for footprints, but found nothing. The ground was damp enough to hold a print, but there weren't any, just mine. I told myself I was tired. Maybe it was a trick of the light or my eyes playing games with me. Still, I carried a hatchet with me the next few days when I went walking, just in case. 2 days later, I was going over maps at the small wooden table in the cabin when I heard something outside. Not movement, just a small, deliberate knock on the wall. Not the door, the wall. I waited, listening. The heater hummed softly. Nothing else. I thought maybe a branch had fallen. I went outside. There was nothing around. But there, in the dirt beside the back corner of the cabin, I saw a mark. It wasn't a footprint exactly. More like a dragging scuff, like someone had scraped something sharp or metal along the soil. It led from the corner of the cabin into the trees, and then just stopped. I felt it in my chest then, a tightening, like someone had placed a hand right under my ribs and was pushing gently. I stood there a long time, listening to nothing, watching the woods like they were about to speak. The next night, I blocked the door with a chair. I felt ridiculous doing it, but I kept seeing that scuff in the dirt. I even stacked a few pans by the window, just in case I needed to hear if something came in. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of something sliding slowly across the porch. Not footsteps, not running, just a long, dragging sound. I didn't get up. I stayed in the cot, eyes open, hand gripping the handle of the hatchet I kept beside me. Then came the knock. 2 this time, firm, deliberate, on the same back wall. I didn't sleep after that. When the sun came up, I went outside and walked the perimeter again. This time I found a footprint, just one. It was small, bare, not a boot, toes sunken slightly into the mud. It was right beneath the window on the far side of the cabin. I drove into the nearest town that morning, Penrith, just to be around people. I had breakfast at a little cafe, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. A local woman there told me the old forest above the logging area used to have a caretaker who lived up there, decades back. She said something about a woman who lived alone in one of the ridge cabins and went missing in the late 80s. They never found her. I didn't mention what I'd seen. I just nodded and paid my bill. I should have left then, but I didn't. I told myself I was being stupid. I was a grown man. I had work to finish, and the cabin was paid for through the end of the month. I stocked up on food, brought back a second heater, and bought a lock for the inside of the door. That night, the woods were dead silent. Not even the usual rustle of animals or wind. Sometime past midnight, the power flickered. Then it went out. I lit a candle and sat still for nearly an hour. Nothing happened. I tried to sleep. I think I drifted off. Then I heard something scrape across the glass of the front window. Slow, like fingernails. I didn't move. Then it stopped. In the morning, I walked around the outside of the cabin. There were smudges on the window. Not fingerprints exactly, but streaks. Like someone had been leaning their face right against the glass. That afternoon, I decided to walk up the ridge where the old caretaker's cabin supposedly was. I didn't know exactly where it had been, but I figured if I could find the foundation, it might help me understand why I was seeing what I was seeing. I followed an old trail up through the trees. After maybe 2 hours of hiking, I found it, an old clearing, and the remains of a foundation half sunk into the soil. Stone blocks, some blackened wood, and a pile of broken roof tiles. But what got me was the smell. The place smelled like wet rust and rot, even though there was nothing fresh there, just old timber and moss. In the center of the ruins, someone had built a crude shape out of stones, like a circle with a flat spot in the middle. I didn't stay long. I got this feeling deep in my bones, like someone was watching me. I walked back fast, trying not to look behind me. That night, it rained hard. I was almost relieved. Figured the sound would mask anything unusual. I kept the lights off and lay in the cot, fully dressed, hatchet beside me. Around 2 a.m., I heard the porch creak. Then footsteps, slow, bare, wet. They came to the door, stopped. I held my breath. Then the knock again. this time softer, like she knew I was listening. I didn't move. After maybe 10 minutes, I heard the dragging again, around the side of the cabin, then under the window. I stayed like that until dawn. When I finally opened the door, there was nothing there. But just beyond the porch, in the mud, were 2 long drag marks and the same small footprints. That was the last night I stayed. I packed my things before noon, didn't even sweep up. I didn't call my contact. I just left the key under a rock near the porch and drove straight south. Didn't stop until I was back near Cambridge. I never figured out who she was. Never reported it. I didn't want to explain the dragging sounds or the smudges or the smell up on the ridge, but I still remember her shape. Pale, thin, standing too still. And the worst part was knowing she never tried to break in. She didn't want to. She just wanted me to know she was there. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend, a chance to escape the grind of work and enjoy some quiet time with my dog, Max. I'd been feeling burned out for months, and when the opportunity came up to rent a small, isolated cabin in the woods, I jumped at it. I figured it would be a perfect way to reset, unwind, and spend some quality time with Max. I had rented the cabin in the woods near a small town in Vermont, about 2 hours from where I lived. It was a place I'd heard about from a friend of a friend, someone who swore by its solitude. The cabin itself was tucked deep into the forest, miles away from the nearest neighbor. The kind of place you don't just stumble upon unless you're looking for it. The drive there was long and winding, with the sun low in the sky, casting long shadows across the road. Max sat in the passenger seat, his head resting on the armrest, ears perked up as we drove through the dense trees. We finally arrived just as dusk was settling in, and a crisp chill hung in the air. The cabin was small but charming, made of aged wood with a stone chimney and a porch that looked out over the forest. It was exactly what I had hoped for. I unpacked quickly, setting up Max's bed by the fireplace and taking a moment to breathe in the silence. It was beautiful, the kind of quiet you could only find in the heart of the woods. No traffic, no sirens, just the soft rustle of the trees and the occasional call of a distant bird. I felt my tension start to melt away. Max was already investigating the area, sniffing around the porch and wagging his tail. He was a big dog, a mix of shepherd and husky, with striking blue eyes and a thick, double coat. He was always my companion on hikes, my protector, and my confidant. I knew that if anything went wrong out here, I could count on him. We spent the rest of the evening settling in. I made a simple dinner, some pasta and a salad, and then we both retreated to the living room. The fire crackled in the hearth, and I sat back, stretching my legs out and enjoying the warmth. Max curled up beside me on the couch, his head resting on my knee. I closed my eyes, letting the sound of the fire and the wind outside lull me into a sense of peace. I woke up sometime later, confused. The fire was dying down, and the room was colder than I remembered. I checked the clock. It was past midnight. Max was no longer by my side, and I immediately felt a wave of unease. Where was he? I stood up, stretching and rubbing my eyes, before heading toward the door. The wind outside had picked up, howling through the trees like a freight train. I stepped onto the porch and called Max's name softly. No answer. I scanned the yard, my heart beginning to race. I could hear the wind moving through the trees, but there was something else. A low, almost imperceptible sound coming from the woods. It was hard to place at first, but as I focused, I realized it was Max's bark. It was distant, faint, and seemed to be coming from deeper in the woods. My stomach dropped. Max didn't bark unless something was wrong. Without thinking, I grabbed a flashlight and stepped into the dark woods, calling his name. The trees loomed tall and oppressive, their branches swaying in the wind. It was so dark out here, the flashlight barely cutting through the thick shadows. I could hear Max now, his barking growing louder, but it wasn't the excited bark I was used to. It was frantic, scared. I pushed through the underbrush, heart pounding. The flashlight's beam bounced off the trunks of trees, casting eerie shapes in the darkness. My mind raced. Was he hurt? Trapped? Or worse, was something out there with him? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I found him. Max was standing at the edge of a small clearing, his fur bristling, his body stiff with tension. He was staring into the woods beyond, his hackles raised. When he saw me, he immediately ran over, nuzzling my hand and whimpering softly. His eyes were wide with fear, and I could feel the tremor in his body as I petted him. "Good boy, Max," I whispered, trying to calm him down. "What is it, huh?" I looked around the clearing, scanning for any signs of what might have scared him. There was nothing out of the ordinary, no strange animals, no movement in the shadows. But something didn't feel right. The air was thick, and the silence was almost too perfect. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do next. Max was practically glued to my side, and I didn't want to stay out here any longer than necessary. But something deep inside me told me to look around once more, to double-check the area. That's when I saw it. A figure, just a shape really, standing motionless at the edge of the trees. It wasn't moving, but it was there, in the darkness. I couldn't make out any details, just the outline of a person, tall, thin, and standing unnaturally still. I froze, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. Max growled low in his throat, his body tense. I gripped the flashlight harder, my hand shaking. "Hello," I called, but my voice sounded hollow, swallowed by the thick air. There was no answer. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge me. For what felt like an eternity, I stood there, staring at it, the silence around us oppressive. And then, without warning, it stepped backward, disappearing into the trees. It wasn't a quick movement, but slow and deliberate, as though it knew I was watching. Max barked, a loud, frantic sound that cut through the silence, but I didn't move. My feet felt rooted to the ground, like I couldn't bring myself to turn away. It was almost as though I was waiting for something to happen, something that would make sense of the fear gnawing at my insides. But nothing did. The figure was gone, and the woods fell quiet again. I don't know why I stood there for so long, staring into the darkness. I should have turned around, should have gone back to the cabin with Max and locked the door. But my mind was racing, filled with questions I couldn't answer. What had I seen? Was it just someone lost in the woods? Or was it something else? Finally, I snapped out of my stupor and turned back to Max. His tail was tucked between his legs, and he was still whimpering softly. I crouched down to his level, my heart pounding. I knew it wasn't safe out here anymore. I wasn't sure what I had seen, but I wasn't going to stick around to find out. I gathered Max into my arms and hurried back to the cabin. The woods were silent again, but the unease that had settled over me wasn't going away. The door clicked shut behind me, and I locked it quickly, pressing my back against it as though it would somehow protect me from whatever was out there. I sat down on the couch, Max beside me, his head resting in my lap. I could feel my heartbeat slowly returning to normal, but my mind was still on edge. What was that figure? Why did it appear, and why did it just vanish into the woods? I didn't know, but I wasn't staying out there any longer. The next morning, I packed up and left, leaving the cabin behind without a second thought. The drive home was quiet, the tension from the night before still hanging in the air. But as I got closer to town, a strange sense of relief washed over me. I didn't need answers. All I needed was to leave that place behind. Max had been my anchor, and I knew I'd never forget the way he protected me that night, the way he instinctively knew something was wrong. I don't know if it was a person, some kind of animal, or something else entirely. But whatever it was, I knew I wasn't going back. I was 32 the year I went to the cabin in northern Montana for the last time. I had been hunting most of my life. Started when I was 12 with my Uncle Henry. My old man wasn't the outdoor type. He worked a machine press back in Billings and came home every night tired and full of stories about men losing fingers or eyes to carelessness. He thought hunting was just another way to get yourself killed for nothing. But Uncle Henry showed me the ropes, taught me to track, gut, skin, and quarter. He passed when I was 25, and I inherited the small cabin he had built with his hands. It was a simple place. Single room with stove, bunk, small pantry, and a locked shed out back with the tools and a backup generator. No phone.
No plumbing.
Just the forest and the quiet. It sat off a dirt road that most people didn't know existed, a couple of miles from the Canadian border, near Glacier National Park, but not inside it. The land around it was dense, hard, and wild. The kind of place where if you got lost, they'd maybe find your boots and belt weeks later, if that. I went up there every fall without fail, usually alone, sometimes with a buddy or two. That year, I went solo. Life had been hard that summer. I just split from my girlfriend, and my work as a mechanic had slowed way down. I figured 2 weeks off the grid would help clear my head. I drove up on a Tuesday in early October. The leaves were already a mix of gold and fire red, and the air had that bite in it that told you winter wasn't far. I had my Remington 700, my gear, 2 weeks worth of canned food, jerky, rice, and water. I brought extra fuel and propane for cooking, and a cooler full of beer. The ride up was long and uneventful. Gravel crunching under the tires, pines crowding both sides of the road, sky wide and clear. When I reached the cabin, everything looked as it always had. I unlocked the door, aired it out, checked for mice or signs of animals. Nothing out of place. The pantry still had some dried beans and flour from the previous year. I lit the stove, unpacked, and settled in. The first night was peaceful. I listened to the fire crackle, had a few beers, and fell asleep with the kind of silence you can only get in the deep woods. The second day, I scouted the area. Tracks were fresh deer, some elk. I found signs of bear too. Claw marks on a tree, scat. Nothing unusual. On the third day, I went deeper into the forest. I had a good vantage point on a ridge about 2 miles from the cabin, and I spent hours glassing the trees and meadows with my binoculars. I didn't fire a shot that day, but I wasn't in a rush. The air was cold and dry, my boots sturdy beneath me, and the forest was alive in its own slow way. I loved that feeling, watching, waiting. That night, I heard something strange. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to what I thought was a branch snapping near the shed. I sat up in bed, heart thudding, ears straining. Could have been an animal. Could have been nothing. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside in my long johns and boots. The cold hit me hard. The light swept across the yard. Nothing. I walked over to the shed. Lock was still in place. No signs of forced entry. I waited a few minutes, listening. Heard nothing. Just wind in the trees. I went back inside and didn't sleep much after that. The next day, I hunted closer to the cabin. Around noon, I bagged a mule deer buck not far from the creek. Clean shot through the heart. I field dressed it, loaded it onto the sled I kept under the porch, and hauled it back to the cabin. Took me the rest of the day to hang it up and start the butchering. That night, I was exhausted. I fell asleep early. But again, sometime in the dead of night, I woke up. This time to a soft thudding sound. Not sharp like a branch snapping. Duller, like someone stepping onto the porch too hard. My skin went cold. I reached for the rifle, sat still for maybe 10 minutes. Didn't hear it again. Eventually I drifted off, but it didn't sit right. I started noticing more odd things after that. One morning, I went outside to take a leak and saw boot prints behind the cabin. Not mine. They were too wide, too deep. Whoever made them was heavier than me and had walked right up to the back wall and stopped. I followed the prints for a short distance until they vanished near the tree line. It had frosted the night before, so the prints were crisp. That same afternoon, I discovered one of my trail markers had been moved. A piece of red cloth I tied to a pine branch was gone, and another one, same color, same type, was tied further down, pointing in the wrong direction. I never moved my markers once they were set. I chalked it up to hikers or hunters, but deep down I knew no one should be out here. This area wasn't on any trail map. And it wasn't just one weird thing, it was stacking up. The moved cloth, the prints, the noises. On the 7th night, it got worse. I woke up again around 2:30 a.m. This time, it wasn't the sound that did it, it was the smell. The air inside the cabin was sharp and sour, like rot or unwashed flesh. It wasn't coming from the meat. That was stored properly. I grabbed the flashlight, hand shaking, and shone it around the room. Nothing. I checked outside. Wind was still moon low. No movement. But the smell stuck to me, thick and awful. I didn't sleep after that. I sat up with the rifle in my lap until dawn. By then, I was running low on sleep and patience. I wanted to leave, but something kept me there. Pride maybe, or stubbornness, or the thought that maybe I was just unraveling from the solitude. The next day, I decided to do a wide loop hike. I wanted to see if I could find anyone else out there. Another camp, maybe tracks. I hiked 8 miles through thick woods, over rocks and creeks, through high grass. I didn't see another soul, but I did find something. Around mid-afternoon, I came across an old rusted oil drum partially buried in the earth. Nearby were bones. Not fresh, weathered. Could have been deer or elk, but some of them didn't look right. One femur looked too short and thick for a deer. Nearby, I found a small pile of clothing scraps. Flannel, jeans, a ripped-up boot. I stood there for a long time just staring. When I got back to the cabin, I pulled all my gear inside, shut and bolted the door, and kept the rifle next to me at all times. I didn't light a fire that night. I didn't cook. I didn't even eat. I sat in the dark, staring at the door. Around 1 a.m., I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate, not the crunch of an animal, the creak of the boards under weight. Something brushed against the front wall. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. The footsteps stayed there a long time, just on the other side of the door. Then nothing. I stayed awake until dawn. When the sun rose, I opened the door, gun in hand, and found deep boot prints in the frost. Wide and long, heavier than any man I'd ever met, and spaced too far apart like someone with an odd gait. That was it. I packed everything, meat, gear, whatever I could fit, left the rest, locked the cabin, loaded the truck, and drove without stopping. Not even for gas. Didn't eat, didn't sleep. When I hit cell range 3 hours later, I called the local ranger office and told them what I saw vaguely. They said they'd check it out. I never heard back. I haven't been back to that cabin since. I sold it the following spring to a man from Bozeman. I never met him, just signed the paperwork through a lawyer. That was over 25 years ago. I still hunt, but only with friends, and never in the deep woods alone. I still think about that place, about the bones, the smell, the slow, heavy footsteps, and every now and then, I dream I'm back there, in the dark, listening to someone walk across the porch, slow as death. I wake up before they open the door, every time. I was 27 when I left my job in Salt Lake City and decided I needed some time off. away from people, away from the constant buzz of traffic, phones, emails, and everything else that made my skin crawl lately. I wasn't in a bad place mentally or anything like that. I was just tired. Physically, mentally, all of it. I had some money saved up, enough to keep me afloat for a few months. I didn't know exactly what I was looking for, but I knew I'd find it better alone than in that city. A buddy of mine, Darren, told me about an old cabin his uncle used to own out near Duchesne, Utah. It was remote, buried deep in the woods about 30 miles out from the nearest paved road. His uncle had used it mostly for hunting trips until he passed away in the 90s. The family hadn't been up there since. Darren said it would probably still stand, though maybe in rough shape. I liked the idea. A cabin.
No rent. No neighbors.
Just me, the trees, and silence. That sounded like exactly what I needed. I packed up my old Toyota Tacoma with supplies. Food, fuel, a rifle, some tools, clothes, and my sleeping bag. I even threw in a couple of books. It was early September, and the air was just starting to get that crispness that comes before a Utah fall. I left Salt Lake before sunrise, followed the GPS as far as it could go, then switched to a set of printed directions Darren gave me. By the time I found the narrow dirt road that led to the cabin, the sun was almost down. I drove slowly over ruts and between trees that looked like they hadn't been disturbed in a decade. After about 5 miles, I came to a clearing with a low structure in the center. A single-room wooden cabin, weather-worn and sagging but still standing. The tin roof was rusted through in a couple of spots, and one of the shutters had come loose and was banging softly in the wind. Still, it was solid enough. I could work with it. There was no electricity.
No plumbing.
Just a small wood stove in the corner and an old hand pump outside that still dribbled out water if you worked it long enough. I set up a small lantern and got to cleaning up the place that night. Swept the floor, aired out the moldy smell, and patched a few holes in the walls with plastic sheeting I had brought along. I slept that night on the floor in my sleeping bag, exhausted but peaceful for the first time in what felt like years. The first few days were good. I explored the woods a little, chopped some firewood, and even managed to patch the holes in the roof with metal flashing I had brought. I got into a routine quickly. Wake up with the sun, eat, do repairs or hike around, come back before dark, cook something simple on the camp stove, and then read or write in my notebook by lantern light until I got tired. I started hearing things around the 4th night. Nothing too dramatic at first. Just footsteps, crunching leaves outside. A slow, dragging kind of walk. I assumed it was a deer or maybe even a black bear. I stayed quiet, listened, and the sound eventually drifted off. But the next night, it came back. Same slow walk. Not circling, just a straight pass near the cabin. On the 6th night, I finally stepped outside when I heard it. I didn't shine my flashlight right away. I wanted to adjust to the dark. I could make out the faint shape of trees and the clearing, and the sound came again, closer this time, just beyond the tree line. Then silence. I waited. Nothing moved. I switched on the flashlight and swept the beam across the woods. Nothing. I chalked it up to animals again. Maybe elk. I didn't see any tracks the next morning, but the ground was dry and hard, so that wasn't surprising. It escalated the following week. I was inside one night, around 9 or so, when I heard scratching on the back wall. Not heavy, not frantic, just a slow, deliberate dragging of something along the wood. I grabbed my rifle, opened the door carefully, and walked around the side with my flashlight. Again, nothing. No movement, no sound. I even walked a few dozen yards into the woods with the light. Still nothing. But when I got back to the cabin, the scratching had moved to the front wall. That got my heart racing. It was like whatever it was had waited for me to leave and then moved. I didn't sleep much that night. The next day, I built a perimeter. Just a crude line of fishing wire with a few old cans tied along it. I strung it chest height around the clearing, hoping the noise would wake me if anything crossed it. That night, I slept with the rifle beside me and the lantern low. At 2:13 a.m., I woke up to the sound of the cans clattering. Not once, but in two different spots, first to the left, then immediately to the right. It wasn't wind. The air had gone dead still. I grabbed the rifle and sat up, every muscle in my body tensed like a drawn bow.
No footsteps. No breathing.
Just silence. Then the scratching came again, this time on the front door. It wasn't loud, just enough to raise the hairs on my arms. I sat there for over an hour without moving, staring at the door, my hand wrapped tight around the rifle stock. Finally, the scratching stopped, but I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I walked the perimeter. The wire had been tripped in two places, just like I thought. But what caught me off guard were the footprints. They weren't animal. They weren't quite human either. Barefoot, but longer than my own size 12s and narrow. The toes looked off too long, like fingers almost. I didn't want to admit what it looked like. I told myself maybe they were deformed prints. Maybe something distorted them. I didn't want to give in to fear. Couldn't. I had nowhere else to go. That afternoon, I built a second perimeter farther out, just in case. I added more cans, tied sticks together to form crude noise traps, and stayed alert. I was jumpy, constantly turning my head, always expecting something to move just out of sight. The next night, it didn't scratch the walls. It didn't trip the wires. Instead, I woke up to a different sound, breathing. It was faint, just outside the window above where I slept. Slow, heavy, nasal breathing, like something large was crouched just outside the glass. I didn't move. I didn't even open my eyes for a long time. I just listened, my ears straining. Then it stopped. I forced myself to sit up and look. The window was smeared. Long streaks of some oily residue ran down the glass, like something had pressed its face to it. I started considering leaving, but I wasn't sure I could make it back safely in the dark, and I didn't want to try in the middle of the night. I waited for sunrise. When I stepped out that morning, I saw the shape for the first time. It was about 50 yards out, standing at the edge of the tree line. Not hiding, not moving, just standing there. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, thin and hunched forward slightly. It was naked, but its skin was covered in what looked like patches of dark, dried mud or rot. Its arms were long, hanging low, and the fingers were unnaturally slender. The head was wrong, long and narrow, with a strange tilt, like it was listening. I raised the rifle. It didn't move. I held my aim. Still nothing. I didn't fire. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I shot and missed, it would charge. Maybe some instinct told me not to provoke it. I backed inside slowly and bolted the door. It didn't follow. Not that I saw. That day, I packed everything. I wasn't going to wait for it to get worse. I loaded the truck, made sure the rifle was loaded and on the passenger seat, and started driving before the sun hit the treetops. I didn't see it again for the first few miles, but about 10 miles out, I saw something moving alongside the road, just within the trees. It followed at a distance, ducking in and out of sight. I kept driving, faster than I should have on those roads. I made it to pavement and didn't stop until I hit Duchesne. I filled up the tank, grabbed a motel room, and locked the door. I slept like a corpse that night. I called Darren the next day and told him what I saw. He didn't say anything for a while. Then he said his uncle used to talk about things in the woods, but no one ever listened. I didn't tell anyone else. Who would believe me? I went back to Salt Lake, got a new job a few months later, and never went camping again. Not alone. Not ever. I still think about it sometimes. I've done the math, the logic. I've read stories, skinwalkers, mimics, shapeshifters, all of it. I don't believe in myths. I think what I saw was something real, something human once, maybe, but changed. Maybe from isolation. Maybe from disease. something that learned to live on the edge of the world, feeding off fear, staying in the shadows. It didn't follow me back to the city, I'm sure of that, but every once in a while, I'll see a smear on a window or hear scratching in the walls, and for a split second, my heart stops. Then I remember I'm not in that cabin anymore, but it's still out there, and it's watching someone else now. It was an unusually cold night when I arrived at the old farmhouse cabin. The kind of cold that crawls under your skin, no matter how many layers you pile on. I wasn't sure what I was expecting when I accepted the job, but it definitely wasn't this. I had taken up the offer to look after the farm for a week, while the owners were away visiting family. They had asked for someone reliable to keep an eye on the place, make sure everything stayed in order, and take care of some basic maintenance. I didn't mind the quiet. I grew up in a small town, and I had always enjoyed the isolation of the country. But something about this particular cabin unsettled me. It had been standing there for decades, built with large wooden beams that creaked under the weight of time. The roof sagged in places, and there were faded marks along the walls where old tools had once been hung. Everything about it screamed of a bygone era, an era I was unfamiliar with. The first night, I spent the evening alone in the dimly lit living room. The wood-burning stove crackled and popped as I stirred a cup of instant coffee. There wasn't much to do, but the silence felt heavy. The occasional gust of wind rattled the windows, and the rain had begun to fall in sheets, splattering against the roof and the ground outside. I glanced around the room, noticing how the old rocking chair by the fireplace seemed to be staring at me. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. It was a relic of the past, nothing more. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the place had a presence, like it had been waiting for something or someone. I spent the night pacing between the kitchen and the living room, occasionally checking the locks on the doors and windows. There was nothing to fear, but I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. The power was out, and the only light came from the flickering flames in the stove and the occasional flash of lightning outside. The storm raged on, the winds howling through the trees. By the time I decided to retire for the night, it was nearly midnight. I grabbed the lantern from the counter and made my way upstairs to the small bedroom. The room smelled faintly of dust and old wood. The bed creaked as I laid down, my body sinking into the worn mattress. I had always preferred a firm bed, but this one had seen better days. It wasn't long before I found myself drifting off into a restless sleep. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of something tapping against the window. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but the tapping became louder, more insistent. I sat up in bed, my heart racing as I strained to listen. The sound came again, faint but unmistakable. Something or someone was outside. I grabbed the lantern and cautiously made my way to the window. The rain had stopped, but the night was still pitch black. I pressed my face against the cold glass, peering out into the yard. The trees were swaying gently in the wind, but there was no sign of anything or anyone. I shook my head, trying to calm myself. It was probably an animal, I thought. Maybe a branch had fallen, or something had disturbed the leaves. But the sound was too deliberate. It wasn't the wind. I backed away from the window, feeling uneasy. I tried to convince myself to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. The silence in the cabin had shifted. It felt oppressive now, like the walls themselves were closing in. I could still hear the faint tapping, though softer now, almost like it was moving around the house. My heart beat faster as I paced the room, trying to come up with a logical explanation. I checked the front door, making sure it was locked. I knew I had checked it earlier, but I did it again, just to be sure. I stood there in the dark hallway, listening. The tapping had stopped. I took a deep breath and sat back down on the bed, trying to push the thoughts out of my mind. It had to be the wind or an animal. Maybe a bird had gotten trapped in the attic. That seemed reasonable, right? The next morning, I woke to the sound of birds chirping outside. The sun had finally broken through the clouds, and the cabin seemed warmer in the daylight. But the unease from the night before still lingered. I made my way downstairs and brewed a fresh pot of coffee, my mind replaying the events of the previous night. I couldn't explain the tapping, and I hated that I couldn't. I decided to take a walk around the property to clear my head. The farm was large, stretching out beyond the cabin with fields of tall grass and a few scattered trees. The barn was located behind the house, an old structure that looked like it had seen better days. I made my way toward it, noticing the old tractor parked out front, covered in rust. As I got closer to the barn, I noticed something odd. The barn door was slightly ajar. I was sure I had closed it the day before. The wind had been picking up, so it didn't make sense for the door to have opened on its own. I approached cautiously, my hand resting on the worn wood of the doorframe. Inside, the barn was dim, the only light coming from the cracks in the wood. There were old hay bales stacked against the wall, a few scattered tools, and some farming equipment that hadn't been used in years. But what caught my eye was the old wooden chest in the corner. It was large, covered in dust, and slightly open. Curious, I stepped closer. The hinges on the chest creaked as I pried it open. Inside, there were old blankets, a few jars, and some other random objects, nothing of particular interest. But as I rummaged through the contents, I found a small, leather-bound book wedged between two jars. It was weathered, its pages yellowed and brittle. I flipped it open to the first page, and as I read the faded writing, a chill ran down my spine. The journal belonged to someone named Edward Blackwood. The entries were dated back to the late 1800s. The first few pages were filled with mundane details, diary entries about the farm, the weather, and life in the small rural community. But as I turned the pages, the entries grew more unsettling. There were descriptions of strange noises at night, of footsteps outside the house when no one was around. There were mentions of a shadowy figure that watched the house from the woods, of people who had gone missing without a trace. The entries ended abruptly on a dark note. "They are coming for me. I can hear them at the door." The book had an unsettling weight to it, a presence that seemed to fill the room as I held it in my hands. I closed the chest, my mind racing with the implications of what I had just read. Could it have been a coincidence? The tapping on the window, the strange feeling I had in the cabin. It all felt connected somehow. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, my thoughts consumed by the journal and the strange occurrences around the farm. As nightfall approached, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The cabin, once a peaceful refuge, now felt like a trap. I checked all the locks once again, and as I settled in for the night, I made sure to leave a light on in the living room, just to keep the darkness at bay. That night, the tapping came again. This time, I wasn't going to ignore it. I grabbed the lantern and made my way downstairs, my heart pounding in my chest. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but I couldn't just sit there in silence, pretending everything was fine. I reached the front door, my breath shallow as I listened. The tapping was louder now, and it sounded like it was coming from the back of the house. I moved cautiously through the dark hallway, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. I reached the back door and pressed my ear to it. Nothing. The tapping had stopped. I exhaled, my pulse slowing. I was imagining things, I told myself. It was just the wind. But before I could turn away, I heard a noise coming from above. A creak. A slow, deliberate creak, like something or someone was walking across the floor above me. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I stood frozen in place. The noise came again, louder this time. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. There was no one else here, I reminded myself. No one. The cabin was empty. I grabbed the lantern and rushed upstairs. The floorboards groaned beneath my feet as I moved down the hallway toward the bedroom. I pushed open the door, half expecting to see someone standing there, but the room was empty. I turned slowly, scanning every corner of the room. There was no sign of anyone, nothing out of place. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but it was short-lived. Something was wrong. Something was off about this place. I spent the rest of the night on edge, unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched. The tapping, the creaking, the journal, it all pointed to something I couldn't explain. By morning, I had made up my mind. I couldn't stay here another night. Whatever was happening, I wasn't going to stick around to find out. I packed my things, grabbed the journal, and left the cabin behind, never looking back. I don't know if anyone else has experienced the same things I did, or if it was just my imagination. But I know one thing for sure. I'll never forget the feeling of being alone in that cabin, trapped with something I couldn't understand. The farm was empty when I left. The wind had picked up again, but the tapping had stopped. As I drove away, the sun rising behind me, I couldn't help but wonder what had happened to Edward Blackwood, and if his story was more than just a cautionary tale. It was October 2018 when I got the job to fix up a small forest cabin about 12 miles out of Ashford, Washington. I was 36 at the time, single, working odd jobs, and doing small construction and maintenance gigs wherever they popped up. This one came through a man named David, some contact of mine from a few years back who now worked as a middleman for government property maintenance contracts. He called it a simple cleanup and fix-up job for a cabin that was still technically owned by a federal agency, though he didn't say which. The pay was good, real good, too good for what he described. 3 weeks max, patching the roof, checking insulation, fixing a few doors, clearing brush. I had a beat-up white Tacoma and an old trailer I slept in sometimes if the place I was working at was too far from town. I hooked it up, stocked it with supplies, grabbed my tools, and drove up to the coordinates he gave me. The road to the cabin wasn't marked on any map. It split off from a rarely used gravel trail past a forestry checkpoint, wound through a couple miles of thick pine, then narrowed down to a barely passable dirt path. I had to put the truck in low gear a few times just to make it up the grade. The whole area smelled like cold pine and wet earth, and there were signs of bear and cougar all around. Tracks, scratched trees, even some fur on a barbed fence that had fallen down a slope. When I reached the cabin, I felt something strange. It was small, tucked into a hollow surrounded by trees that leaned in like they were listening. There was no driveway, no sign anyone had been there in years, and the windows were covered from the inside. The roof looked like it hadn't been maintained in a decade. The walls were weathered, boards split in places, and the whole thing sat like it was sagging into the dirt. I spent the first day walking the perimeter, inspecting everything. There were rusted tools outside, stacked firewood rotted to mush, and an old radio antenna bolted to the side of the building. I didn't find a generator or any wiring that suggested a connection to the grid. Inside, it was dust-thick and cold. The furniture was all original, plain wood and metal. Everything had a military feel to it, tight, compact, efficient. There was a map of the area pinned to one wall, notes scribbled on it in pencil, dates, initials. A filing cabinet in the corner was locked, the drawers heavy and steel reinforced. Nothing about this looked like a forest ranger station. It felt older, colder. I told myself it didn't matter. I had a job to do. I started with the roof. The first week was uneventful. I tore off rotten shingles, replaced cracked boards, and cleared the gutters. The place was remote, so I didn't see another soul out there, not even a hiker. Each night, I'd park the truck down the trail a bit, sleep in the trailer, cook my food on a propane stove, and keep a rifle nearby just in case of animals. On day 6, I found something strange behind the cabin. There was a small trapdoor half buried in moss. It blended perfectly into the ground and was chained shut with 2 padlocks. I hadn't seen it before because it was tucked beneath an overhang where firewood had once been piled. I didn't touch it at first, just stared at it for a while, thinking it might be a septic cover or a storm cellar. By day 8, curiosity got to me. I cut the locks with a grinder and opened it. The hatch led down a short metal stairwell into what looked like a storage room. It smelled like mold and rust. The walls were concrete, lined with shelves of faded boxes, tools, and equipment that reminded me of Cold War-era stuff. Radios, cassette tapes, folders sealed in plastic. That's when I started to think something was off. Inside one of the boxes was a file labeled A. Carter 6.1989 terminated. Inside were black and white photos, notes with redacted text, a small reel of 8mm film in a labeled case, and a pair of used latex gloves in a plastic bag. The file had detailed records of locations, dates, people, surveillance notes. I put it back quickly and sealed the hatch again. I told myself I'd just finish the job and go. No reason to mess with old government leftovers. But that night, I couldn't sleep. My trailer sat a few hundred feet up the trail, just where the trees cleared enough to let the moonlight in. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to a sound outside. Not an animal. Footsteps. Not rushed, just slow, like someone walking around the truck. I didn't move. I waited, listening. After maybe 5 minutes, the steps faded away. I got out at first light, checked the dirt around the truck. Sure enough, there were boot prints. Big, deep ones. Too fresh to be old. Too clean to be mine. That day, I worked faster. Patched the last broken window, sealed up the outer wall. But I kept looking over my shoulder. The woods felt too quiet. The shadows too deep. That night, I slept with the truck running. Rifle on my lap. I didn't hear anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Something was watching. The next morning, I found the trailer door open. Nothing was taken, but someone had gone through my things. Food cans were moved, drawers open. The rifle was untouched, but a knife from my toolkit was missing. That was it for me. I packed everything. Decided I'd call David and tell him I couldn't finish the job. Too remote, too weird. I just didn't feel safe. But the moment I reached the gravel road and got signal, I saw I had no new messages, and the call to David wouldn't go through. Service kept dropping. I drove another mile. Still nothing. 5 more.
No luck.
That whole forest was like a dead zone. I turned back. Figured I'd stay one more night, then head to the ranger station I passed on the highway. Let them know what I found. Maybe they could report it. When I got back to the cabin that evening, something was different. The trapdoor was open. I knew I had sealed it shut. The chain was gone. Just gone. I didn't go down again. I stood at the edge, looked down, and saw that one of the storage crates was open. The one with the file. That night, I didn't sleep. Around 1 a.m., I saw the flicker of a light through the trees. Faint. Moving. Someone was in the woods with a flashlight. I shut off my trailer lights, locked the door, sat still. The light circled, closer, then stopped, and stayed there for hours. When dawn finally broke, the light was gone. But I wasn't alone anymore. There were tracks all around the trailer. Some old, some fresh, all boots, all the same kind. I left. I drove 10 miles down that gravel road, didn't stop until I hit the ranger station. But when I told the guy there what I'd seen, just that someone was out there, maybe messing with a government property, he didn't react much. Just said he'd send someone to check it out. He didn't ask for coordinates. He didn't write anything down. I didn't go back to the cabin. 2 weeks later, back home in Spokane, I got a letter. No return address. Just a plain envelope with my name on it. Inside was a single photo. It was me, standing outside the cabin. looking up at the roof. Someone had taken it from the trees, from behind. I never heard the shutter, never saw a lens. I don't know how long they'd been watching. I moved a month later, changed my phone, deleted old contacts. I never heard from David again. Never got paid either. When I tried to trace him, there was nothing. His number was out of service, and no one at the contracting firm knew who he was. For a long time, I didn't tell anyone. I tried to let it go. Told myself it was just old spook stuff, abandoned Cold War files, nothing to do with me. Until 3 years later, when I was living in Coos Bay, Oregon. I came home from work, and there was a black SUV parked across the street. Tinted windows, engine off.
No plats.
It sat there for 5 hours. I never saw who was inside. When it left, it didn't speed. Just rolled down the road and disappeared. That night, I slept with the lights on. Since then, every once in a while I see someone. Not always the same. Sometimes a man in a ball cap watching from a car. Sometimes a woman with a clipboard across from my job. Never the same face twice. But I know they're connected. They don't do anything. Just watch. Like they're waiting to see if I say something. If I tell someone. But I haven't. Not until now. And here's the part one never told anyone. The file I found? I didn't leave it in the cabin. I took it. I kept it sealed in a bag, in a storage locker under a false name. I haven't opened it since. But if anything ever happens to me, if I disappear, it's going to a reporter I trust in Seattle. I already mailed them the key, told them to wait. I don't know who those people were. I don't know if the man they terminated was really who they said. But I know they killed him. I know they were watching me, and I know they're still out there. So I don't sleep easy anymore. And every time I hear a camera click or see a black SUV or lose cell signal in the woods, I wonder if I should have just burned the whole place down the day I found that hatch. But it's too late for that now. It was the end of October in 2013 when I decided to take a few days off work and head to a small cabin in the woods. After months of nonstop work, dealing with people, clients, and meetings, I felt I needed a break from everything. No phones, no internet, just me and the quiet of the wilderness. I was 29 at the time, and my only company on this trip was my dog, a mixed breed shepherd named Max. The cabin was an old, rustic place, tucked away on the edge of the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. I'd found it on a rental website after browsing through options that promised peace and solitude. The description said it was a small, one-bedroom cabin built by a local family years ago. It mentioned nothing about luxury amenities, just basic, no-frills living. That's exactly what I wanted, something simple. I drove up alone, Max sitting quietly in the back seat of my old truck, occasionally turning his head to look at me as I hummed along to the radio. The sun was setting by the time I turned onto the narrow, winding road that led to the cabin. The trees were starting to lose their leaves, and the ground was covered with a blanket of autumn-colored foliage. It was beautiful, exactly what I had imagined. The cabin was about a mile off the main road, hidden from any nearby homes. It was isolated, which was perfect for what I was looking for. No neighbors, no distractions, just the natural world surrounding me. I pulled up the gravel driveway, past the small wooden gate, and parked my truck in front of the porch. Max jumped out of the truck, stretching his legs and sniffing the air. The cabin itself looked like something straight out of a postcard. The wood was weathered but sturdy, with a small porch and a couple of rocking chairs. There was a fire pit in the yard, surrounded by logs that acted as benches. It wasn't huge, but it was perfect for one person, and Max seemed to take to it immediately. I grabbed the keys from the small box next to the door and unlocked it. The air inside was musty but had a comforting, old-timey feel to it. There was a fireplace on one wall, and the furniture, though basic, was well maintained. A small kitchen sat next to the living room, and the wooden floor creaked underfoot as I stepped further inside. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the quietness settle in around me. Max was already exploring the place, sniffing the corners and investigating the small rooms. I unpacked my bags and put a few logs in the fireplace. The fire lit easily, crackling as it began to warm the room. I set up my small camp stove in the kitchen to cook some dinner. I didn't plan to do much on this trip, just read a bit, relax, and take some time for myself. That evening, the quiet of the woods outside was almost deafening. There was no wind, no sounds of animals, just the occasional rustling of leaves. The fire in the fireplace cast shadows that danced across the walls, and Max lay curled up on a rug, content. It wasn't until later that night, after I had finished dinner and was sitting on the couch with a book, that I first heard something strange. It was a soft noise, like a tapping, almost rhythmic, coming from outside. I paused, listening. Max raised his head, his ears twitching. I stood up, setting my book down and walking toward the window. The cabin had large windows that faced the trees, and the porch light was on, casting a pale glow over the yard. At first, I couldn't see anything unusual. The trees swayed slightly in the breeze, and the yard was empty. But the tapping continued. It sounded like it was coming from somewhere near the back of the cabin, closer to the woods. My heart started to beat a little faster. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a woodpecker or something hitting a tree. But the sound wasn't quite right. It had a more deliberate rhythm, like someone was knocking on the side of the cabin. I grabbed a flashlight from the table by the door and stepped outside, Max following closely behind. The air had grown colder, and the wind had picked up a little. The tapping had stopped by the time I made it to the back of the cabin, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I shone the flashlight around, scanning the trees and the underbrush, but there was nothing there. I stood there for a moment, letting the silence stretch around me. Then, Max suddenly barked, his tail stiff and ears perked. He was staring into the darkness beyond the edge of the yard, the flashlight beam catching his eyes as they glinted in the light. I felt a chill run down my spine. I didn't know why, but something told me to go back inside. I called Max to me, and he trotted over to my side. I didn't look back as I stepped inside, locking the door behind me. I settled back onto the couch, trying to shake off the unease that had crept into me. It wasn't just the tapping that bothered me. It was the way the woods felt, alive somehow. I kept the fire going, and soon, the warmth of the flames helped ease the tension in my body. The next day, I spent most of the morning walking along the trails around the cabin. I didn't want to dwell too much on what had happened the night before, but something in my gut told me that I should be more cautious. Max stayed close to me as he usually did, occasionally stopping to sniff around. There were no signs of anything unusual, no tracks, no broken branches, just the normal noises of the forest. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sun had begun to set again. The sky was clear, and the air was cold but refreshing. I decided to start a fire again and make myself a warm meal. The tapping from last night had completely slipped my mind until I heard it again. This time, it was unmistakable. It wasn't just a faint tapping. It was more pronounced. It came from the side of the cabin, right near the window I had been standing at earlier. Max immediately went on alert, his body stiffening as he stood in front of me. My heart skipped a beat. I grabbed the flashlight again and stepped outside. The sound stopped the moment I stepped onto the porch. I scanned the yard, the trees, the edge of the woods. There was nothing there. The silence seemed too deep, too still. I was beginning to get frustrated. My mind was working overtime, thinking of all the possible explanations. Maybe it was a raccoon. Maybe there was a squirrel knocking against the wall. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. The next few hours passed in a tense quiet. I tried to distract myself by reading, but the noise kept lingering in my mind. Max lay beside me, but I could tell he was uneasy. I decided to lock all the doors and windows just to be safe. I tried to relax, but every little creak of the floorboards made me jump. It wasn't until the middle of the night that things took a darker turn. I woke up suddenly, jolted awake by a sharp noise. It was the same tapping sound, but this time it was much louder. It was coming from directly outside the front door, like someone was knocking. I froze. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Max was wide awake, his eyes glowing in the dim light of the cabin. He stood at attention, his low growl vibrating in his chest. I slowly got out of bed, grabbing the flashlight from the nightstand. I crept to the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I opened the door a crack, shining the flashlight into the yard. There was no one there. The wind was still, and the only sound was the distant rustling of leaves. I stepped outside, the cold air biting into my skin. Max followed me closely, and I scanned the area, shining the light around. My eyes kept darting between the trees, looking for any sign of movement. Nothing. The yard was empty, but then I heard it again. This time it was coming from the woods. I felt my stomach drop. I didn't know why, but I knew that whatever it wasn't natural. It wasn't just a person. It wasn't just an animal. There was something about the rhythm of the sound, the way it echoed in the quiet, that felt wrong. It was deliberate, methodical. I glanced at Max. He was looking into the darkness, his ears standing straight up. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I didn't know how much longer I could stand there, but something told me I had to find out what was causing that sound. I grabbed a stick from the ground just in case. Max was already moving toward the woods, his instincts pulling him forward. I followed him, my heart pounding in my chest. The tapping grew louder as we walked deeper into the forest. And then I saw it, a figure, standing between the trees. It wasn't a person, not really. It was too tall, too thin, its body almost blending in with the shadows. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel it staring at me, watching me. It didn't move. It just stood there, still as stone. I took a step back, my heart racing. Max started to growl, low and menacing. I had no idea what I was looking at, but I knew I needed to get back to the cabin. Fast. We turned and ran. The figure didn't chase us. It didn't move at all, but I could feel its presence, even as I made it back to the cabin. I slammed the door behind me, locking it as quickly as I could. My hands were shaking, and Max was still on edge, pacing back and forth, his eyes darting toward the woods. That night, I didn't sleep. I didn't know who or what was out there, but I knew one thing for sure. Whatever it wasn't going away. It's strange how a place can seem so peaceful, almost inviting, yet have an undercurrent of unease running through it like an unspoken truth. It was a Sunday afternoon when I drove up to that cabin, a place I'd never been before, but had heard about from friends and relatives. Tucked away deep in the woods, about 3 hours outside of town, I'd taken the trip on a whim. I had been feeling restless lately, constantly on edge, looking for an escape. When the invitation came, I figured it would be the perfect opportunity to clear my head. The cabin was old, weathered, and worn down by years of neglect. It was almost as if nature itself was slowly reclaiming it, with vines creeping up its wooden walls and moss growing thick on the roof. The shingles were curled at the edges, and the front porch sagged under the weight of time. Still, there was something oddly charming about it. I had always been a fan of old things, rustic, historical, and this place, it seemed, had a story to tell. I parked my truck on the gravel path and grabbed my bags. The air smelled fresh, with the scent of pine trees filling my lungs. A soft breeze rustled the leaves, and I could hear the distant sound of birds calling to each other. The weather was nice, a clear sky with a hint of the approaching evening chill. It seemed like the kind of place where nothing could go wrong. As I walked toward the cabin, I noticed the silence. There were no other sounds aside from the birds and the wind. I had expected to hear something, a creek running nearby, maybe the sound of wildlife, even the occasional rustle in the underbrush. But nothing, just an empty, still quiet that hung over the place like a heavy blanket. The door creaked when I pushed it open, the rusty hinges groaning in protest. The interior was just as worn as the outside, but it had a certain rustic charm. Old furniture, dusty with age, stood against the walls. There was a small stone fireplace on one end of the room and a large window opposite it that looked out into the woods. A few wooden chairs were scattered around, with a table in the center of the room that seemed to have been used for everything from meals to work. A thick layer of dust covered everything, the kind of dust that accumulates over years of neglect. I set my bags down near the door and took a deep breath. The place was lonely, almost forgotten, but it felt like a safe haven for someone who needed a break from the noise of the world. I started to unpack, taking my time, enjoying the simple task of settling in. But as I moved about the cabin, I started to notice the oddities, things that seemed out of place. There was a small, half-burned candle on the table, surrounded by blackened wax. It looked like someone had tried to light it recently but hadn't succeeded. The bed in the corner had its sheets pulled back, as though someone had been sleeping there but had left in a hurry. And the smell. The cabin had a faint smell of dampness and mildew, but underneath it, there was something else, something I couldn't quite place. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was strange. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just the old nature of the place. After all, it had been abandoned for years. Still, there was a subtle unease gnawing at the back of my mind. Something wasn't right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. As the evening crept in, I decided to explore a bit. There was a trail behind the cabin, winding into the trees, and I was curious about where it might lead. I grabbed my jacket and a flashlight and set off, hoping to clear my head with a walk. The trail was narrow, the ground soft beneath my boots. The trees towered over me, casting long shadows as the light from the setting sun filtered through the branches. The further I walked, the thicker the woods became. The trail grew harder to follow, with roots sticking out of the ground and branches that reached out like fingers. I had to step carefully, watching my footing, but I didn't mind. There was something peaceful about the isolation, something that let me forget the worries that had been weighing me down. That was until I noticed the house. At first, it looked like a trick of the light. Through the trees, I saw what I thought was another cabin, smaller and more weathered than the one I was staying in. The roof was nearly collapsed, and the windows were broken, their jagged edges gleaming in the dim light. I froze, my heart suddenly racing in my chest. What was a cabin doing out here, hidden in the woods? I didn't remember seeing any mention of it when I was given directions to the first cabin. I took a few cautious steps toward it, curiosity getting the better of me. The closer I got, the more I realized how abandoned it truly was. The door was hanging off its hinges, and there was a pile of broken furniture scattered around the yard. The place looked like it had been forgotten, left to rot away. Yet, there was something strange about it, something that sent a shiver down my spine. I turned to leave, my instincts telling me to get out of there, but just as I did, I caught something in the corner of my eye. A figure, standing at one of the broken windows, staring out at me. I froze, my heart hammered in my chest. There was no way anyone could be in there. The cabin was in worse shape than the one I was staying in. It had been abandoned for years. Yet, I couldn't deny what I had seen. A figure, tall and thin, standing motionless in the window watching me. I turned and sprinted back down the trail, not caring about the branches scratching my arms or the uneven ground beneath me. I just needed to get back to the safety of the main cabin. The feeling of being watched never left, though. It lingered with every step I took, as if the eyes of that figure were still on me, even though I couldn't see it anymore. When I reached the cabin, I slammed the door behind me and locked it. My breath came in quick bursts as I leaned against the door, trying to steady myself. I didn't know what to make of what I had seen. My mind kept running in circles, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. Maybe my eyes had played a trick on me. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Something was wrong with that place, and I had gotten too close. I spent the rest of the evening inside, refusing to go back outside. I tried to calm my nerves, telling myself that I was overreacting. But as night fell, the noises of the woods outside began to intensify. The wind howled through the trees, and the sound of leaves rustling filled the air. But then, amidst the usual sounds of nature, I heard something else. A scratching noise, soft but deliberate. It was coming from the window. I held my breath, trying to listen. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, more insistent. Couldn't ignore it. Someone or something was out there. I glanced toward the window, but the darkness beyond made it impossible to see what was causing the noise. I crept toward the window, trying not to make a sound, my heart pounding in my chest. The scratching continued, each scrape of whatever it was sending chills down my spine. I don't know how long I stood there, staring out into the night, waiting for the sound to stop. But it didn't. It seemed to grow louder and more frantic, as if whatever was out there was trying to get in. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a chair and wedged it under the doorknob to make sure the door wouldn't open. Then, I moved to the other side of the cabin and sat in silence, holding my breath, hoping that whatever was out there would go away. The night passed slowly, every noise in the woods feeling like it was getting closer. Every minute felt like an eternity. I kept my eyes on the door, half expecting it to burst open at any moment. But when the sun finally rose, I found myself still alive, still safe inside the cabin. I felt a rush of relief, but it was tempered by the fear that lingered in the back of my mind. I left that morning, quickly gathering my things and getting into my truck. I didn't look back at the cabin as I drove away, but I could still hear that scratching noise in my mind, echoing in the silence of the woods. I didn't know what I had seen that night or what had been out there, but I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't ever coming back. And as I left the woods behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching me. Something that had been there all along, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. It had been one of those days where everything felt like it was going wrong. The weather had been unpredictable, and now, as the sun began to set, the clouds rolled in, threatening to drown the land in a heavy downpour. I had driven out to this remote cabin in the middle of nowhere, hoping for a few days of solitude and peace, but the eerie feeling that had settled over me since my arrival had only intensified. The cabin was small, made of dark, weathered wood that seemed like it had been there for decades. It had an old-world charm about it, but there was something unsettling about the place. The windows, though cracked and fogged, gave me glimpses of the woods surrounding the cabin, trees that loomed like giants, their branches twisting and creaking in the wind. I hadn't seen another soul for miles, which only added to the sense of isolation. I had come out here alone, needing to escape the constant noise of the city, needing time to think. My life had been full of chaos lately. Work stress, personal issues, things that felt too heavy to carry anymore. The idea of spending a few nights here, away from everything, seemed like the perfect solution. But as the hours passed, I started to feel like I had made a mistake. The first night wasn't so bad. The rain started falling steadily around dusk, a soft patter against the roof. I made a fire in the small stove, cooked myself a simple meal, and settled into the old armchair near the window with a book. The flickering light of the fire and the rhythmic sound of the rain were soothing. But as the night wore on, something began to feel off. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't truly alone. At first, I dismissed it. It was just my mind playing tricks on me, I thought. I was tired. I had been driving for hours. But then I heard it. A subtle sound, faint but distinct. The crunch of leaves. Outside, I froze, the book still in my hands. My heart rate spiked. Could have been an animal. Maybe a deer or a fox. Something wandering through the woods. The sound stopped, and for a moment, I thought it was nothing. But then there was more. Tap. A soft thud against the wooden walls. I stood up slowly, every muscle in my body tense. As I approached the door, my hand hesitated on the handle. Should I open it? Was it safe? I pulled the door open just a crack, peering out into the darkness. The rain had intensified, and the forest was nearly swallowed by it. The wind howled through the trees, their branches swaying, almost as if they were reaching for me. But there was no sign of anyone, no movement, no shapes in the shadows. I closed the door again, trying to calm myself. It was just my imagination, I told myself. But that night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin seemed amplified. Every gust of wind outside felt like a whisper, a warning. I lay there, wide-eyed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the rain and wondering if I had made a grave mistake coming here. The next morning came too quickly, gray and overcast. The air was thick, heavy with moisture. I forced myself out of bed and decided to take a walk to clear my head. The rain had let up, but the forest was still damp. The earth soft beneath my boots as I trudged along the muddy trail. The trees here were dense, old-growth pines that towered over me, their branches stretching high into the sky. The scent of wet earth and pine needles filled my nostrils. The peacefulness of the forest was overwhelming, so much that it felt almost unnatural. The world seemed too quiet. Even the birds, usually so active at dawn, had fallen silent. As I walked deeper into the woods, the feeling of unease grew again. I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone, or something, following me. The thought was ridiculous, but it persisted, clinging to the edges of my mind. I came across a clearing after a while, a small open space surrounded by trees. In the center of the clearing was a strange structure. It wasn't a cabin, but it looked like some sort of old stone foundation, a remnant of something long abandoned. The stones were crumbling, covered in moss, and there was a strange, almost sickly aura about the place. I didn't want to go any closer, but something about it drew me in. Against my better judgment, I stepped toward the foundation, my feet squelching in the soft, wet earth. I reached out to touch one of the stones, my fingers brushing against the cold, damp surface. That's when I heard it, a rustle in the trees behind me. I spun around, but saw nothing. The clearing was empty, just as it had been a moment ago. Yet, my heart raced, and my breath came in shallow bursts. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I left the clearing quickly, almost running back to the safety of the cabin. The air felt different now, colder, sharper. It was as if the very woods had shifted, turned against me. I couldn't stop thinking about the strange foundation, the odd sensation I had felt when I was near it. That night, the rain returned, heavier this time, pounding relentlessly against the cabin. I tried to distract myself with a book again, but the words blurred on the page as my mind kept drifting. Every noise outside made my skin crawl. The wind, the rain, the creaking of the cabin. It all seemed to be conspiring against me. I finally gave up and decided to go to bed, pulling the blankets tightly around me. But sleep eluded me once more. The sense of being watched never left. I heard the tapping again, faint and rhythmic, like the sound of fingers drumming on the walls. The noise stopped. Then I heard a whisper. I wasn't imagining it. It was soft, almost inaudible, but it was there. Came from outside, from just beyond the window. My body froze, heart hammering in my chest. Couldn't move, couldn't speak. The whisper was followed by a scraping sound, as if something was dragging against the wooden exterior of the cabin. I waited, holding my breath. The sound stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was outside, waiting. I grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table, my hand trembling as I flicked it on. I crept toward the window, my breath fogging up the glass as I peered out into the storm. There was nothing, just the swirling darkness of the rain and the trees bending in the wind. I stepped back from the window, trying to steady myself. I was overreacting, I told myself. It was nothing. I had been cooped up in this cabin too long, and the isolation was messing with my head. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The next day, I woke up late, groggy from lack of sleep. The weather had cleared slightly, though it was still cloudy and cold. I felt an overwhelming need to leave, to get out of that cabin and back to civilization, but I forced myself to stay for just one more day. I needed to shake this feeling, to prove to myself that I was overreacting. I decided to go for another walk, this time heading in the opposite direction from the clearing. I walked for hours, lost in the forest, trying to clear my mind. The woods were eerily quiet, the air thick with moisture. It felt like the world had become muffled, as if all sound had been swallowed up by the trees. By midday, I stumbled upon something strange, a narrow trail I had never seen before. The path was overgrown, barely visible, but it was clear that someone or something had been through here recently. The trees on either side of the trail were bent in odd directions, as though they had been disturbed. I hesitated, but then something in me pushed forward. Curiosity, a desire to understand what was going on. I followed the trail. After what felt like an eternity, I came upon a small, abandoned cabin. It wasn't the same as the one I was staying in. This one was in worse shape, its roof caving in, its windows shattered. Yet there was something oddly familiar about it. As I stood there, staring at the ruins, I realized where I had seen it before. It was the same cabin from my dreams. The realization hit me like a slap in the face. This was no coincidence. I had been drawn here. Somehow, I had been pulled into this place by forces I didn't understand. But there was no turning back now. I stepped inside the cabin, feeling a chill settle in the pit of my stomach. The air was musty, stale, and smelled of decay. The floor creaked beneath my feet as I moved deeper into the structure. My eyes scanned the room, taking in the dilapidated furniture, the broken windows, and the remnants of a life long gone. And then I saw it, a single photograph pinned to the wall. It was an old picture, faded and yellowed with time. A man stood in front of the cabin, his face obscured by shadows. But I recognized the shape of his features. It was me. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at the photo. My mind was reeling, my body frozen in place. It wasn't possible. I had never been here before. I had never seen this cabin. And yet, there I was. I had to leave. I had to get out of this nightmare. I turned and ran, bursting out of the cabin and back onto the trail. I didn't stop until I reached my own cabin, breathing heavily, my heart racing. The woods seemed different now, darker, more oppressive. I didn't feel safe anymore. I packed my things quickly, my hands shaking as I shoved clothes into my bag. I didn't care about the rain or the mess. I just needed to get out of there, back to where I knew I was safe. As I drove away, the clouds finally broke, and the sun began to set, casting an eerie glow over the road ahead. But I didn't look back. Couldn't. The truth was clear now. Whatever had been drawing me to that cabin in the woods wasn't just a figment of my imagination. It was something real, something that would haunt me for the rest of my life. But at least for now, I was free. My name is Dale Crawford. I was 48 years old when I took a seasonal job with the National Park Service in the spring of 2019. I had just left a construction job in southern Missouri, burned out and stiff in the joints from nearly 25 years of climbing roofs and lifting lumber. I didn't have much planned. I didn't have a wife or kids, just an aging dog named Trapper and a sense that I'd wasted too many years waiting for a change that wasn't going to come unless I made it. That spring, I drove my old truck up to Montana and applied for a backcountry watch post job near the Canadian border. It wasn't the most glamorous position. They didn't have a formal station set up there, just a crude ranger cabin that hadn't been used regularly in over a decade. It was a 6-hour hike in from the main service road, and the only way to get there with gear was on horseback or by snowmobile when conditions allowed. I guess most people didn't want the isolation, but I didn't mind. I needed quiet. I needed to get away from people and all the small talk and fake smiles. They gave me the job right away. The cabin was a single-room structure with thick log walls and a rusted tin roof. The small wood stove in the corner had a cracked pipe that I patched with wire and foil. The front window was boarded up with mismatched planks, and the back window was so warped it barely opened. The floor creaked when I stepped anywhere near the bunk, but the place kept the rain off and the wind out. That was good enough. The job was simple. I had to monitor a stretch of remote forest, over 50 square miles of it, reporting anything out of place. Fires, illegal hunters, injured hikers. There was no cell service, no power, no radio towers in sight. I had a battery-powered field radio to call in reports once every 2 days. The batteries were expected to last all season, and I had a backup solar charger if needed. They gave me a paper map and an old GPS unit that looked like something from the 90s and told me to hike different parts of the park every day. It wasn't a problem. I had all the time in the world. I settled into a quiet routine. I would wake up early, boil coffee on the stove, feed Trapper, then set out for one of the trails. Some days I'd hike along the ridgeline, scanning for smoke or signs of illegal camps. Other days I'd make my way down the gulches, checking streams and animal tracks. Most of the time I didn't see anyone. Sometimes I'd find signs of old camps. Empty fire pits, broken beer bottles, animal bones stripped and tossed aside, but nothing too strange. I'd note the coordinates and report them during my check-ins. The isolation didn't bother me at first. In fact, it felt like a relief. The days were long and quiet, and the evenings were cold and calm. At night, I'd sit on the small porch, wrapped in a blanket, sipping from a bottle of rye and watching the stars come out one by one. Trapper would curl up beside me, listening to the forest sounds. It was peaceful. For a while, I felt more human than I had in years. But things changed in the 3rd week of May. It started with a sound, something strange one night outside the cabin. It was nearly midnight. I had just turned off my lantern and was lying in the bunk with Trapper at my feet. The wind had picked up, making the walls creak, and I was drifting in that thin space between sleep and wakefulness when I heard a sharp knocking noise on the wall beside the stove. 3 knocks, then silence. I sat up, thinking maybe a branch had fallen or an animal had bumped the wall. But Trapper was alert. He was sitting up, ears stiff, staring toward the wall. Then came the knocks again. 3, slow, deliberate, not fast enough for an animal, not random enough for a falling branch. I grabbed the flashlight and the old hunting rifle I kept near the door and stepped outside. The moon was bright, and I could see across the clearing. The trees loomed like black teeth in every direction, but nothing moved. I circled the cabin, checking the ground. No tracks, No signs of anything out of place. Trapper sniffed around, tense but quiet. After 15 minutes, I went back in. I didn't sleep much that night. The next day, I found something about a half-mile from the cabin. It was a shirt, torn, faded, and wedged between two rocks near the creek. It didn't look old, maybe a few weeks in the sun and rain. It was a men's flannel shirt, sized large, with a torn sleeve and a patch of dried blood on the collar. No tags, no backpack nearby, no sign of whoever had left it. I logged it and kept going. 2 days later, I found a dead deer strung up in a pine tree about 4 miles north. The carcass had been gutted and left hanging by its hind legs, skinned clean. But the odd thing was the height, over 10 feet off the ground. No claw marks, no drag lines, just a single set of boot prints in the dirt nearby. I took photos and coordinates, and when I made my next report on the radio, I mentioned it. The reply was garbled, static, and a clipped confirmation. No follow-up came. That night, the knocking came again. But this time it was different. It moved. It started on the wall by the stove, then came again on the opposite wall. Then the front door. Always 3 knocks. Trapper growled the entire time, pressed low to the floor. I stayed awake until dawn, rifle across my chest, heart thudding like a drum. I tried to shrug it off. Maybe it was someone playing a joke, some backcountry idiot with too much time. But then more signs started to show up. A small pile of rocks arranged outside the cabin steps. A piece of leather cord nailed to a tree at eye level. A carved shape in the bark of a fir tree, like a spiral or a maze. I hadn't seen those things before, and I didn't put them there. I began to feel watched. Not always, just at certain moments on the trail when I'd stop to drink or tie my boot, and I'd feel that tension, that stillness that only comes when something else is near. Trapper would pick up on it too. His ears would flick. His body would stiffen. But we'd never see anyone.
No voices.
No movement. Just that weight in the air like a held breath. One afternoon in early June, I returned to the cabin to find the door ajar. It hadn't been forced, no damage, no broken latch. I was sure I had locked it. Inside, nothing was stolen or destroyed, but the rifle had been moved. It was lying on the bunk instead of hanging on the wall, and one of the floorboards near the stove was loose. I didn't remember it being like that. I pried it up. Beneath was a small space with an old metal tin box inside. The box was rusted shut, but I broke it open with a hatchet. Inside were 3 things: a Polaroid photo of the cabin from the outside, a small spiral-bound notebook with half the pages torn out, and a worn compass. The photo was old, sun-faded. In the background was a man standing near the tree-line, just barely visible. But what got me was his face. It had been scratched out with something sharp. The notebook only had a few entries. They were from someone named Mike or Mark. I couldn't tell. The handwriting was rushed. He had written about strange noises at night, tools going missing, and finding signs of someone living nearby. One entry caught me off guard. It said, "If you're reading this, don't trust the radio. It doesn't go where you think it does. They're not coming. Leave while you can." That night, I stayed up again. I didn't sleep. I built a small fire in the stove and sat with my back to the door, rifle in hand. At around 2 a.m., I saw movement outside. A tall figure standing at the edge of the trees, watching. No light, no sound, just stillness. I stood slowly and raised the rifle, but the figure moved, quick and smooth, back into the trees. Trapper growled low and steady. I didn't go after it. I stayed inside until morning. I started hiking different paths, trying to find any signs of camps or activity. I widened my range, but each time I left, I came back to new signs. A cut in the leather of my pack. A piece of rope tied to the cabin post. Once, I found a rabbit's foot nailed to the window frame. My reports were going unanswered now. The radio would crackle, then die. I couldn't tell if anyone was hearing me. The solar charger had stopped working. I felt cut off. The last straw came in late June. I had hiked out toward the ridge to check on a stream. It was a long hike, nearly 7 hours round trip. When I returned to the cabin, the front door was wide open. Trapper froze on the steps. Inside, the walls were covered in markings, scratches, carvings, symbols. The mattress was gone. The photo from the tin box had been pinned to the wall, and written beneath it in ash or charcoal were the words, "You stayed too long." That night, I packed everything I could. I loaded up food, gear, maps, and the rifle. I didn't sleep. To first light, I left the cabin and didn't look back. I hiked east, avoiding the main trails, and didn't stop until I reached the ranger station road 2 days later. I was ragged, half-starved, and sunburned, but I didn't care. I filed a report. The park officials listened politely, took my photos, took my notes. Then they thanked me and said they'd look into it. I never heard anything again. I didn't return the next season. I didn't go back for the paycheck or the gear I left behind. I moved down to New Mexico, took a job driving trucks for a local construction yard. I don't hike much anymore. I don't go near the woods. And sometimes late at night, when the wind's up and the house creaks, I still hear those 3 knocks. Slow, deliberate, always 3. But I don't get up. I don't check. I just wait until it stops. And it always does. Eventually. I hadn't been back to Benton Hollow in nearly 8 years. I'd avoided that winding road with its narrow shoulders and thick tree lines like it was cursed. Maybe not cursed in a fantasy way, just unlucky. Too many memories in the moss-draped woods, in the mud-packed ditches, in the sharp curve that hides the turnoff to the cabin. My ex-husband's cabin. When I left Caleb in 2017, I meant it. There wasn't any dramatic screaming or cheating or scandal. We just dried up. I couldn't keep pretending it was something it wasn't. The silence became heavier than the fighting ever was, and I felt like I was suffocating in a house where no one spoke. When I left, he stayed out there in that cabin we used to share, tucked about 10 miles off Highway 59, just outside a little town in Arkansas called Morrow Creek. I moved to Kansas City and started again. But life has a way of dragging you backward. In March 2025, I had to drive to Elkins, Arkansas, to help my sister with some family paperwork after she and her husband finalized their divorce. The route was tight. Every GPS and app steered me south past Morrow Creek. That meant driving the old road again. I could have taken the long way around, added an extra hour, but I told myself it was just a road. The trees were taller than I remembered. Or maybe I was shorter somehow, less sure of myself. They leaned in from both sides like they wanted to block out the sky. The shoulders were still soft from recent rain. The whole place smelled like moss, wet clay, and pine bark. It was early evening when I hit that familiar bend, and I felt my fingers tighten on the steering wheel before I even realized where I was. There was the turnoff. Barely noticeable, a patch of gravel between 2 drooping pine trees, the kind of place only locals or people who lived out there would recognize. I don't know what made me stop. Curiosity, maybe, or guilt, or something I couldn't quite name. I pulled over and stared down the path. The gravel had thinned to packed dirt, and moss grew up the trunks like veins on old skin. I told myself I was just going to look. Just a glance, maybe drive in 100 yards and turn around. But the truck kept rolling. That road, I knew every dip and bump by heart. Caleb and I laid that gravel ourselves in 2014, dragging wheelbarrows full of stone from the front and laying them flat by hand. Now it looked like no one had touched it in years. Ruts ran deep from old tires. Rain had etched channels along the sides, and everything smelled like wet decay. Leaves stuck to the windshield wipers, and branches scraped the side panels. I felt like I was driving into a mouth that didn't want to spit me back out. It was almost dark when the cabin came into view. The porch roof had started to sag, and the gutters hung loose in some places. The place wasn't falling down, but it looked tired, like it was holding its breath. My truck idled at the edge of the clearing. I wasn't going to get out. That was my plan. Just take a look and go. But the longer I stared, the more I started wondering what Caleb had done with himself. If he was even still out here. If he was okay. I hadn't heard from him in years, not directly anyway. A few friends in town had said he went quiet. No phone, no social media, just the same old co-op job and the same old routine. But the porch light was on, and that threw me, because I knew Caleb. He never left lights on. He hated wasting electricity, even with solar hooked up out there. I leaned forward and looked through the windshield, trying to catch a shadow in the window. Nothing. No movement. The curtains were still the same olive green ones I'd picked up from a garage sale 10 years ago. My eyes lingered on the front step. There was something wrong with the mud. It was darker than it should have been, even for a rainy week. Thick, black soil caked up along the edge like someone had kicked it loose. The engine was still running. I told myself I'd just back up and leave. But then I saw something move behind the cabin. A flicker, just the tiniest shape cutting across the far edge of the clearing. I jerked forward and stared, but it was already gone. I wasn't thinking straight. I don't know why I shifted into park and stepped out. My boots sank into the soft dirt. The wind carried that cold, wet smell you only get from rotting wood and standing water. I stepped up on the porch, boards creaking beneath my weight. I peered through the window. Nothing. No light inside. Just the yellow glow from the porch casting shadows on the walls. The door had new scratches around the knob. Fresh ones. Not weathered. I leaned closer and saw that it had been forced once. Recently, I felt something shift in my chest. That's when the fear really started. This wasn't about Caleb anymore. This wasn't curiosity. I realized I was standing in front of a cabin that might have been broken into, maybe still was. If Caleb was here, he could be hurt. If he wasn't, someone else might be squatting inside. Either way, I needed to leave. I backed off the porch, boots sliding a bit in the slick mud, and turned toward the truck. But then I heard the click. Came from behind the cabin. Not a snap like a branch breaking, this was mechanical. A latch, a door maybe. I froze, heart hammering in my chest. The wind pushed through the trees again, and I thought I heard something else. Something dragging through wet leaves. My instincts screamed at me to leave. I turned to go, but something made me look down first. Just beside the steps was a footprint. It wasn't mine. It wasn't Caleb's either. Too small. And barefoot. No tread. Just a dirty outline in the wet clay, heel and all, and way too fresh. The water hadn't even started filling it in yet. I ran to the truck. Threw it in reverse. Mud sprayed behind me as the tires caught and spun before grabbing hold. The truck fishtailed halfway down the path, and I had to grip the wheel tight to avoid hitting a stump. I didn't stop until I hit the main road again, engine growling as I forced it back toward the highway. I kept glancing in the mirror, half expecting to see someone chasing after me. Nothing did, but the road didn't feel right on the way out. The trees seemed thicker, the shadows deeper. I felt like I was being watched the whole drive back into town. I got to Elkins late that night, shaking, exhausted, and unable to explain to my sister why I looked like I'd seen something I couldn't name. I didn't sleep. The next day, I called a friend of mine who still lived in Morrow Creek. Asked him if he'd heard anything about Caleb. He paused, told me he thought Caleb had moved away years ago, maybe to Fayetteville. No one had seen him in ages. His old job said he just stopped showing up. Didn't say goodbye, didn't leave a number, just vanished. I tried not to think about the footprint, or the flicker of movement behind the cabin, or the sound of the latch. 2 days later, I drove back out during daylight, brought a sheriff's deputy with me, just told him I was checking on a property I used to share. The deputy was polite, calm, but he got real quiet when we reached the cabin. The front door was wide open. Inside, the place was a wreck. Furniture overturned, cabinets emptied, but nothing stolen. No electronics missing. No signs of squatters sleeping inside. Just a mess. And in the back, the hatch to the cellar had been ripped off. The stairs were broken like someone had fallen hard. At the bottom was a pile of old clothes. Some were Caleb's. Some I didn't recognize. There were scratch marks on the walls. Long, gouging scratches down the plaster. The sheriff told me he'd file a report. Said maybe a bear got in. Or a meth head. But he didn't believe it. I could see it in his face. Before we left, I stepped behind the cabin. That's where I'd seen the shape. The leaves were disturbed. Drag marks, maybe, and not from feet, like something heavy had been pulled. We never found Caleb. No missing persons report was filed. No body, no arrest, no clues. But here's what I know. He didn't leave that cabin willingly. And whoever or whatever was there now, it wasn't him. Not anymore. I never went back. I sold my place in Kansas City and moved west. Bought a small house near the mountains where the air feels dry and clean and the trees don't press in so close. I don't keep any old photos. I don't use GPS anymore. I know exactly where I'm going and I stay far away from dirt roads and broken cabins. I keep my lights on at night. And every now and then, I wake up sweating, heart racing, from a dream I can't remember. But there's always one thing that sticks. The sound of wet feet walking across the porch, one after another, and the door latch clicking shut. It was a rainy night when I found myself alone in the small cabin I had been building for the past few weeks. The storm outside had intensified, the wind howling through the trees like something desperately trying to claw its way into the cabin. I had no business being out here on my own, no real plan to spend the night, but the rain made everything impossible to drive through. The roads were slick with mud, and the trees along the path seemed to lean in closer with every gust of wind, as though they were watching me. This cabin, nestled deep in the woods outside a small town called Brookhaven, had been a project I started after losing my job. I was tired of city life, tired of the hustle. I wanted peace, solitude. So I bought a plot of land, something cheap, far from civilization. The idea was to finish the cabin by spring and maybe live there part-time. Something quiet to escape to when life got too overwhelming. That was the plan anyway. Tonight, though, the rain had turned it all into something darker. The small, uninsulated cabin was barely finished. The roof had been patched with tarps to keep the worst of the rain from getting in, and the only light was the small lantern I'd brought with me. The walls were still bare wood, the floor nothing more than rough boards hastily laid down. I didn't mind it. The simplicity gave me a sense of accomplishment. But tonight it felt too empty, too hollow. The wind made it worse, its constant howl pushing the boundaries of what I could ignore. I had no intention of staying the night. I didn't bring enough supplies, and I didn't even have a decent firewood stack yet. But as the rain came down harder, battering the roof like 1,000 fists, I realized it wasn't safe to leave. My truck was a good distance from the cabin, and the mud would make getting back to it treacherous. I sat by the small stove trying to make the best of it. The fire was weak, barely holding on to the logs I threw in. The warmth from the stove did little to chase away the chill in the air, but it was enough to settle my nerves for a bit. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the only protection I had against the cold that had been creeping in since the storm started. I didn't know why I had chosen this place, why I thought it would be so perfect. Maybe I'd been fooling myself into believing that isolation would be enough to heal the wear and tear life had left on me. I'd wanted to get away from the noise, but now that I was here, it felt like the silence was louder than anything I'd ever heard. The storm continued its relentless battering, the windows shaking under the force of the wind. The sound of rain hitting the roof was nearly deafening, like someone throwing handfuls of gravel at it. I found it oddly unsettling, the way the world outside seemed to be closing in. It was hard to focus on anything other than the rhythmic thudding of the rain. I wasn't sure when it happened. Maybe it was a gust of wind, or maybe it was just the cabin settling. But I heard something, a sound just outside the door. It wasn't the wind. It was a distinct, muffled thud. I froze, my hand hovering over the lantern. I strained my ears, listening for the sound again. Nothing, only the rain. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. A branch falling, maybe, some part of the cabin settling deeper into the ground. But there was no denying the unease that had settled in my chest. I grabbed the lantern, its flickering light casting long shadows across the room. Slowly, I made my way toward the door, heart hammering in my chest. Another thud, louder this time and closer. My breath caught in my throat as I reached for the door handle. I hesitated, my hand trembling. Something about the noise didn't sit right with me. It wasn't random. It felt deliberate, like someone or something was out there, waiting for me to make the first move. I opened the door slowly, just a crack, enough to peer outside. The night was black, the only light coming from the lantern in my hand. The wind whipped the rain into my face, stinging my skin. I saw nothing, just the dark, empty expanse of trees and mud. But there was something in the air that made my skin crawl. I stepped outside, the cold damp earth sucking at my boots with each step. I called out, but my voice seemed to be swallowed by the storm. I walked a few steps away from the door, my eyes darting from side to side. The rain made it hard to see, the droplets blurring my vision. But there was something odd about the way the woods felt. Too quiet, too still. For a moment, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. A figure, perhaps, but it was gone before I could fully register it. I stood there, alone in the rain, trying to ignore the anxiety creeping up my spine. The storm raged on, and all I could hear was the deafening roar of the wind. Nothing else. No more sounds of footsteps or knocks. I was just being paranoid, I told myself. It was just the isolation, the rain. Nothing more. But as I turned to head back inside, I heard it again. A thud, this time much closer. I spun around, the lantern shaking in my hand. My heart was racing, my body on high alert. I couldn't see anything in the dark, but something felt wrong. I was being watched. I could feel it like eyes on the back of my neck. My instincts screamed at me to get back inside, to lock the door and never open it again. I didn't wait. I sprinted back to the cabin, slamming the door behind me and bolting it shut. The sudden silence that followed was suffocating. I stood there, breathless, trying to shake off the panic that had taken hold of me. I told myself I was being foolish. I had no reason to be scared. But the feeling, the sense of being followed, lingered. Couldn't shake it. The storm didn't let up. If anything, it only seemed to grow more intense. The rain kept pounding the roof, and the wind howled like something trying to break through. The hours dragged on, the small cabin feeling more and more like a prison. By the time the storm finally began to die down, I had worn myself out with worry and fear. I hadn't dared to venture outside again, and the thought of doing so made my stomach turn. I stayed huddled by the stove, staring into the weak flames, hoping for morning. When dawn finally came, the rain had stopped, leaving behind a world drenched in water. The trees stood still, their branches heavy with rain, the air thick with humidity. Everything was soaked, the mud thick beneath my boots as I stepped outside. There was no sign of anything. No footprints, no broken branches. Nothing to explain the sounds, the unease that had taken over me the night before. But I knew something had been out there. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The woods were silent now, but the silence was deafening, pressed in on me from all sides. I finished the last of the work on the cabin the next day, though the whole time I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting someone or something to be watching me. I locked up and left as soon as I could, the drive back to town feeling like a relief. The road, muddy and slick, felt safer than the isolated woods where the storm had nearly consumed me. To this day, I'm not sure what was out there that night. Maybe it was just the cabin playing tricks on me. Maybe it was nothing at all. But as I left that place, I never looked back. And every time I pass through the woods on the road to Brookhaven, I can't shake the feeling that something is still watching, waiting. It was the winter of 2017 when I decided to take some time off from everything. I was 38, had been working nonstop in construction management for years, and hadn't had a real break since my early 20s. I'd gone through a breakup a few months earlier, nothing dramatic, but it left me feeling worn down. I wanted to be somewhere quiet, just me and the woods.
No phones, no emails.
I rented out a remote cabin near the Snowline Ridge in British Columbia, about 2 hours north of Kamloops. The listing made it clear there would be no cell signal, no nearby stores, no neighbors. That was exactly what I wanted. I took my dog with me, a 6-year-old black lab named Tucker. He had been with me since he was a puppy and was one of the few steady things in my life. Loyal, quiet, obedient. He'd been on plenty of hikes with me, and I knew he'd handle the woods better than I could. The drive up was long and winding. It was early January, and although the roads were mostly clear, patches of snow still clung to the trees and ditches. I had packed my truck with everything I'd need: canned food, firewood, a chainsaw, extra propane, a portable heater, and a few books. The cabin had a wood stove, no plumbing, and only a solar panel system for basic lighting. I knew I'd be roughing it, and I was fine with that. The cabin itself was smaller than I'd imagined. One room with a cot, a stove, a small kitchen area, and a table. The outhouse was about 50 feet out back, and there was a small shed for firewood and tools. It wasn't modern, but it was solid. I checked the doors, the windows, everything was in good shape. The first few days were peaceful. I'd wake up, stoke the fire, let Tucker out to sniff around, then cook a simple breakfast on the propane stove. We took long walks through the trees. I didn't follow trails, just wandered, keeping track of the sun's position and landmarks. I was careful not to get too far, since GPS was spotty that deep in the hills, and I told no one exactly where the cabin was, just that I'd be gone for 10 days. By the 4th night, I was sleeping better than I had in months. The kind of deep, dreamless sleep you only get when you're far from everything. I hadn't seen a single person, not even a hunter or snowmobiler. It was perfect, but on the 5th night, something started to feel off. Tucker had been calm the entire trip, sleeping at the foot of the cot or by the stove. But that night, he kept lifting his head and looking toward the door. Not barking, just alert. At first I thought it was a deer or maybe a raccoon, but he didn't whine or get excited like he usually did. It was like he was waiting. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped outside. The temperature had dropped sharply, and the wind had picked up. Snow was coming down lightly. I scanned the clearing around the cabin, nothing. Just trees and the faint glow of snow falling in the beam of the flashlight. Tucker stayed on the porch, ears up. I didn't see anything unusual, but I kept checking throughout the night. Every time I drifted off, I'd wake up to the sound of him moving or growling low in his throat. Not loud, not aggressive, just a warning. The next morning, I walked a slow circle around the cabin. The snow was fresh and undisturbed. No tracks, not even rabbit prints. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. That afternoon, I decided to chop some extra firewood. I moved farther back behind the shed, where the tree lean opened up a little more. Tucker followed, sniffing around the stumps and brush. While I was stacking the logs, I noticed something that made me stop. A single tree near the edge of the clearing had deep gouges in its bark, like it had been scratched by something. They weren't claw marks exactly. They looked like something metal had dug into the trunk in long, deliberate lines. I figured it might have been someone marking the tree for cutting, or even an old logging scar, but it looked fresh. The sap hadn't even dried. That night, Tucker refused to sleep near the door. He curled up beside the cot and wouldn't move, even when I called him. I left a lantern on and tried to read, but I was constantly glancing at the windows. Around 2 a.m., I heard it for the first time. Not footsteps, not branches cracking. A low dragging sound, slow and steady, came from behind the cabin, maybe along the shed or the outhouse. Tucker growled, deep and quiet. I got up, grabbed the flashlight and my axe, and went to the back window. Nothing. I couldn't see anything in the snow, and the dragging stopped. I waited, heart thudding, for 10 full minutes before I stepped outside. The snow was still falling, lightly, gently. It was dead quiet. There were marks by the shed, 2 long lines in the snow, as if something heavy had been pulled or dragged across it. The lines came from the woods and stopped by the back of the shed, then disappeared. I followed them about 10 feet into the trees until they just stopped. No other footprints, no animal tracks. I walked back, checked the shed. Nothing missing. Tools all there, locked up. The outhouse door was closed. I went back inside, locked the cabin door, and kept the axe by the cot. Tucker didn't sleep at all. The next day I considered leaving early, but I told myself I was just spooked. Maybe a moose had wandered close. Maybe the snow made things look strange. I didn't want to let fear chase me out. Still, I changed my routine. No more wandering too far from the cabin. I started keeping the axe and flashlight close at all times. Tucker stayed glued to my side. He didn't even want to leave the porch. That night, something banged on the shed. It wasn't loud, just a single metallic thud like someone had hit it with a stick or a pipe. I waited, listening. Then again. Thud. Metal on metal. I went out, this time with my boots already on and flashlight ready. Tucker stayed right behind me. I circled the cabin, walked up to the shed door, and swung it open. Empty. The tools were untouched. No tracks. The snow by the shed was fresh and clean. That made no sense. There should have been prints, mine or something else's. But there was nothing. I stood there for a long time, heart pounding, listening. Then I heard the dragging again, this time from the front of the cabin. I ran back around and scanned the snow with my light. Just trees. Nothing moved. But there were new tracks. Lines again, long and deep, like something heavy was being pulled. They ran past the porch, along the edge of the cabin, and into the woods again. And again, no footprints. I didn't sleep at all that night. Neither did Tucker. The next day, I decided I'd leave in the morning. It was only 3 days earlier than planned, and I didn't care. I wasn't thinking clearly. I started packing my gear, loading some of it back into the truck. I left the chainsaw and axe in the shed for last. That evening, right before dark, I found something that shook me hard. Back near the tree with the gouges, there was a pile of rocks I hadn't noticed before, stacked neatly about 2 feet tall. Not random, not natural. They had been placed, arranged. Someone had built it. On top was a strip of torn fabric, dark green, with faded stitching. It looked like a piece of a jacket. I kicked the rocks over, sick to my stomach. I felt like I had walked into something I wasn't supposed to see. I grabbed Tucker and went back inside. That night, the cabin was silent.
No dragging. No banging.
Not even wind. I waited until morning, packed the rest of the gear, and got ready to leave. When I went to the shed to grab the chainsaw, I found the shed door wide open. I had locked it the night before. I was sure of it. Inside, the tools were gone. All of them. Axe, saw, shovel. Every piece of metal. Gone. No prints, again. Just snow on the floor. And in the center of the shed, someone had left a dead rabbit. His neck had been broken clean. I drove out of there without looking back. When I got to Kamloops, I checked into a motel and reported what happened to the local detachment. They sent someone out to look, but I never heard what they found, if anything. I didn't go back. I canceled the rest of the cabin booking, didn't even ask for a refund. 3 months later, I got a call from the owner. He said the next guest found the shed empty, except for a pile of rocks in the center. No tools, no sign of animals, just the rocks and what looked like a torn piece of cloth placed on top. He didn't ask me anything else, just said he was going to stop renting the place. To this day, I don't know who or what was out there, but it wasn't an animal, and it wasn't my imagination. I still don't camp alone anymore. I still have Tucker. He's older now, sleeps more, but every once in a while, when we walk past a thick patch of woods, he'll stop, ears up, body tense, and I still keep the axe inside the house, just in case. I was 34 when I decided to take a solo hunting trip up to the old cabin near Moosehead Lake in Maine. I had hunted the area before with my father and uncle growing up, but they'd both long since stopped making the yearly trek. Life just got in the way for them. My father's knees were bad, and my uncle had moved down to Florida. I'd been back once or twice with friends over the years, but this time I wanted to go alone. I needed a break. From the office, from noise, from everything. The cabin was remote, not off-grid exactly, but close to it. No running water, no internet, and if you wanted phone signal, you had to hike a half-mile up a ridge and stand next to a twisted pine that everyone in the family just called the antenna tree. My grandfather had built the place in the 50s, small, sturdy, and functional. One room, a wood stove, a cot, and racks for rifles and gear. Nothing pretty, but it kept you warm and dry. I drove up in my old 2002 Chevy Silverado with a bed full of supplies. Food for a week, fuel for the generator, ammo, my rifle, and a new set of trail cameras I wanted to try out. I pulled in just before sundown on a Wednesday, the air already cooler than it should have been for early October. The trees were turning fast. Maple leaves scattered across the gravel driveway, which was really just two ruts in the dirt from years of tires passing over the same patch. I unlocked the heavy wooden door, flicked on the gas lantern, and stood in silence for a few minutes. The cabin always had that musky wood smell, mixed with gun oil and smoke from the last time the chimney had been used. I laid my gear out, got a small fire going in the stove, and cooked a can of chili. That night, I slept hard. The kind of sleep you only get when you've left behind all the nonsense and noise of everyday life. The first couple of days were uneventful. I hiked to the usual spots. An old deer stand my dad built, a rocky clearing near a stream where bucks liked to pass at dawn, and a small hill we called Bear's Elbow for its shape. I didn't spot much. A couple of does, one red fox, and fresh scat that looked like it belonged to a good-sized black bear. But I wasn't too worried. I wasn't just there to fill a tag. I was there for the quiet. I set up the trail cameras on day 2. One facing the tree line near Bear's Elbow, another along the deer path by the creek, and a third mounted on a tree just 50 yards behind the cabin, pointing toward the rear clearing. I figured I'd check them every other day. I wasn't expecting much, but it was nice to get a look at the activity when I wasn't around. On the third night, I woke up cold. The fire in the stove had gone out, which wasn't unusual. But what was odd was that I woke up to nothing. Usually, even out here, you could hear the wind or a raccoon or branches settling. That night, it was still. So still that I could hear the pounding of my own heartbeat in my ears. I sat up on the cot, pulled on a flannel shirt, and added more wood to the stove. As I stood there feeding the fire, I thought I heard a faint crack, like a branch snapping in the distance. Not loud, but sharp. It was close enough to raise the hair on my arms. I waited, not moving, just listening. But nothing followed. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it was just a branch falling from one of the big pines. Still, I left the lantern on that night, just in case. The next morning, I went out to check the trail cams. The one near the creek had a doe and her fawn passing through around dusk. The bear's elbow cam caught a coyote sniffing the air and then backing away like something had spooked it. But the third one, the one behind the cabin, had a different kind of footage. The first few frames were nothing, just wind and movement from trees. Then around 2:47 a.m., there was motion. Something tall moved along the far edge of the frame. Just a sliver of movement, like a shoulder brushing past. I replayed it over and over, but the clip was short and the angle was poor. Whatever it wasn't a bear. It was upright, and it was close, within maybe 20 yards of the cabin. Could have been another hunter. Maybe someone got lost or was walking through in the dark. But that didn't sit right with me. Nobody came this far without meaning to. There weren't any other cabins within miles. And the way it moved, it didn't feel like someone lost. I reset the camera and went back inside. I cleaned my rifle. I made lunch. I read an old magazine. But all day, I kept looking out the back window toward the woods. My brain kept repeating that clip in my head. Whatever it was had been too close. That night, I stayed awake. I didn't mean to, but I couldn't relax. The woods had changed. They didn't sound like they usually did. I didn't hear owls.
No crickets.
Just the occasional gust of wind and creaking trees. Around midnight, I killed the lantern and sat in the dark with the rifle across my lap, facing the back window. And then I heard the noise again. A crack, a snap, then 2 heavy steps on dry leaves. I didn't move. My eyes were adjusted to the dark, and I stared through the window toward the clearing. Nothing, but I could feel something. That pressure in your chest when you're being watched. I waited like that for nearly an hour. Then silence again. At dawn, I finally stood and went out with my rifle. I circled the cabin, checking the area. That's when I saw the prints. They weren't boot prints, and they weren't bare. They were wide but human-shaped, bare feet, toes and all. Clear as day in the soft soil just 10 feet from the trail cam tree. I followed them for maybe 30 yards before they disappeared into hard pine ground. Someone had been there, watching, in the cold, in the dark, barefoot. I should have left that day, but I didn't. I told myself it was just some nutcase or maybe someone off their meds wandering the woods. I was armed, I was experienced, and I wasn't going to be scared out of my family's cabin by some weirdo. So I stayed. On day 5, I went deeper into the woods to clear my head and get away from the cabin. I hiked 5 miles west, past an old logging trail and into terrain I didn't know well. I saw a few squirrels, 1 hawk, and what looked like the remains of a campfire at a dried-out riverbed. The fire was old, maybe weeks old, but someone else had been there, probably just another hunter. When I got back around dusk, I noticed something right away. The trail cam behind the cabin was gone. Not knocked loose, gone. The mount was still there, but the camera had been taken clean off. The screw was unscrewed, not broken. Someone had removed it. I searched the area but found nothing. Inside the cabin, I did something I hadn't done since I was a kid. I moved the cot in front of the door and kept the rifle in my hands. I didn't sleep. I stared out the window for hours, until sunrise painted the trees gray and then gold. I felt like I was being hunted, not by an animal, by something smarter. The next day, I packed everything. The whole trip was meant to be a week, but I was done. I stuffed my gear into the truck, loaded the remaining trail cams, and got ready to go. When I turned the key, the engine didn't turn over, just a click. I checked the battery. The terminals were clean. I opened the hood, and that's when I saw the wires. They'd been cut, not chewed, cut, clean, snipped with something sharp. I stood there, not moving, not breathing for a moment. Someone had disabled my truck. I went back into the cabin and locked the door. I pushed the cot back against it and set the rifle on the table. I knew I couldn't stay much longer. I had some food, but I didn't like being trapped. I checked the satellite phone I kept in my pack.
No battery.
I hadn't charged it. That was on me. I spent the rest of the day boiling water, sharpening my knife, and going over the map. The nearest ranger station was roughly 12 miles east, across uneven ground. If I left at dawn, I could make it in a day. That night was the longest night of my life. The footsteps started around 2 a.m., slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. Not animals, not a bear, human. They stopped at the windows. I heard breathing. Something brushed the wall outside, fingertips or maybe a branch. I stayed still with the rifle pointed at the door, heart hammering in my chest. They didn't try the door. They didn't smash a window, just walked around. For hours. At sunrise, they were gone. I left everything but the rifle, a backpack with water and a flashlight, and my boots. I didn't bother locking the door. I just hiked east. I made it to the ranger station just before nightfall. I was dehydrated and shaking. They called in a truck to tow mine. When they went out there 3 days later, the cabin had been ransacked. Nothing valuable taken, just scattered gear and footprints everywhere. The cot was slashed open. The trail cam was found snapped in two, 50 yards into the woods. They never caught whoever it was. I never went back to that cabin. I sold the land a year later. I still hunt, but not alone. Not anymore, and never that deep in the woods. Not after what I saw. Not after what followed me home. Because 2 weeks later, in the middle of the night, I found a single footprint in the dirt outside my garage. Barefoot, white, human-shaped. It had rained the night before. All the other prints were washed away, except that one. It was early October 2012 when my old friend Sean asked me for a favor. He owned a piece of land deep in the mountains of southern Colorado, not too far from Pagosa Springs. I was living in Albuquerque at the time, doing handyman jobs here and there, just trying to get by. Sean and I hadn't seen each other in years, but he called out of the blue. He'd started building a cabin on his land, a kind of off-grid getaway, and he needed someone to stay out there for a night or two while a shipment of materials arrived, just to make sure nothing got stolen. He was offering $500 for one night. I said yes before he finished explaining. I figured it'd be cold. Sure, but a few hours in a sleeping bag inside a half-built cabin didn't sound too bad. Plus, the cash would help me pay rent that month. He gave me a basic layout of the place and left a printed map at a gas station off Highway 160. The cabin, he told me, didn't have power yet, just a wood stove and a cot inside. There was no running water and no cell service once you got into the valley. But the truck with supplies was set to show up around 7 a.m. the next morning, and all I had to do was be there. I packed light, just a flashlight, a utility knife, a few protein bars, a thermos of coffee, and my thick sleeping bag. I left Albuquerque around 10 a.m., drove north through Santa Fe, and crossed into Colorado a little after lunch. It was about 3 p.m. when I turned off onto the old logging road that led to his land. The road was rough. I had to drive 5 miles in low gear, crawling over rocks and dodging potholes. Pine trees grew thick on both sides, and I didn't pass a single vehicle. There were no signs, no cabins, no fences. It was just woods. Finally, I came to a small clearing with tire tracks in the dirt and a wide rectangular shape of gravel where the cabin sat. The building wasn't much. It was made of raw pine logs, not yet stained or sealed, with a tin roof that looked freshly hammered into place. There was one door, one window with no glass, and a stovepipe poking out from the back. I parked beside it and stepped out. The air was crisp. Not a sound around me but the wind in the trees and the crunch of gravel under my boots. Inside the cabin, the floor was plywood. There was a metal cot in the corner, and a small pile of chopped wood stacked against the far wall. The wood stove looked new. I tested the door. It swung open smoothly and latched shut with a heavy iron hook. There were no lights. I had my flashlight, though, and it worked fine. I started a fire in the stove using the kindling Sean had left behind, then unrolled my sleeping bag on the cot. The place smelled like pine and cold steel. It wasn't cozy, but it was enough. I walked the perimeter a few times to kill time. There was a trail behind the cabin that led down a short slope to a dry creek bed. No water, just smooth stones and dead leaves. No sign of animals either, no deer tracks, no scat, nothing. As it got darker, I returned to the cabin, bolted the door shut, and sat near the stove drinking lukewarm coffee. The fire hissed and popped. I had no cell signal, no book, nothing to distract me. Just the slow creep of night outside. Around 8 p.m., I lay down on the cot and zipped myself into the bag. I wasn't tired, but there wasn't anything else to do. I must have drifted off, because when I opened my eyes again, it was pitch black and the fire was out. My watch said 11:34 p.m. That's when I first heard the sound. It was faint, like someone stepping on dry twigs, not an animal scurrying. A slow, deliberate crunching. I held my breath. Came again. Then again. Footsteps. I sat up fast, heart pounding. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it at the window. Nothing. I turned off the beam and waited, listening. The sound came again, closer. It stopped just outside the cabin wall. I didn't call out. I didn't move. Then I heard it again, but now behind the cabin. Whoever it was had circled around. I pulled on my boots without unlacing them. My knife was still in my coat pocket, so I gripped it and moved toward the door, still silent. The footsteps stopped again. Then a soft scrape, like fingers dragging across the cabin wall. I wanted to believe it was the wind. I even convinced myself it was a bear, but the steps were too steady, too quiet. Bears don't walk slowly around buildings in a half circle. I stayed frozen near the door for what felt like an hour, but probably was 5 minutes. No more sounds came. Nothing moved outside. Eventually, I forced myself to sit back down, flashlight aimed at the window. I didn't sleep. I just stared into the darkness, listening. Around 2:30 a.m., it happened again. But this time, the steps were heavier. I could hear breathing outside. Came right up to the window, then stopped. I pointed the flashlight. Nothing. Just the pale yellow beam against pine trunks and empty air. But I swear I'd heard someone standing there. After that, I didn't sit anymore. I stood, back to the corner, gripping my knife and watching the door. Then the handle moved. Just a slight twitch. But it was enough. The door was still bolted, but whoever was out there tried it, just once. Then they walked away, slowly, back into the trees. I didn't chase. I didn't speak. At first light, I opened the door and stepped out, knife still in hand. The cold air hit me like a slap. There were footprints, real ones, human. They circled the cabin twice, then veered off into the woods behind the dry creek bed. I followed them only about 20 feet before I stopped. They led toward a small cluster of trees and disappeared. No vehicle tracks.
No campfire.
Nothing. just woods. I walked back to the cabin, locked the door again, and waited. The delivery truck showed up a little after 7 a.m. A white pickup hauling a trailer full of sheet metal and lumber. 2 guys stepped out. They waved, asked if I was Sean's buddy. I just nodded. After they unloaded, I didn't stick around. I left the cabin exactly as I'd found it, with stacked, door bolted, sleeping bag rolled. I drove out fast, not even stopping at the turnoff. Sean called me later that day to thank me. I told him the job was done, but I didn't mention anything else. 2 weeks later, he called again. Someone had broken into the cabin. They'd busted the stove, slashed the cot, and left a dead squirrel nailed to the inside of the door. That was the last time I heard from him. I never went back to that place. Sometimes I wonder who was out there that night. Maybe just some local messing with me. Maybe someone who didn't want strangers around. But the way they moved, the way they waited out there, circling in the dark, it didn't feel like a prank. Felt like a warning. I don't camp alone anymore. I don't take jobs like that. And I sure as hell don't sleep in unfinished cabins in the middle of nowhere. That one night changed the way I think about being alone in the woods. Because out there, miles from anyone, if someone wants to hurt you, there's nobody coming to help. It was a cold evening in mid-October when I found myself driving down the narrow, winding roads of the English countryside. The sun had dipped below the horizon hours ago, and the moon barely cast a light through the thick clouds that hung low in the sky. I had come to this remote cabin, tucked away in the rolling hills of the Peak District, to clear my mind and get some peace away from the hustle and bustle of city life. It wasn't the most luxurious getaway, but I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just a simple, quiet place to rest. The cabin had been in the family for decades, passed down from my great-grandfather to my father, and now to me. The idea was to spend a weekend alone, disconnecting from everything and getting some rest in the serene isolation. The cabin itself was old, made of dark, weathered wood that looked almost black in the moonlight. It sat on the edge of a small forest, with trees that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. The occasional rustle of leaves and the hoot of an owl were the only sounds that broke the silence. I parked my old Land Rover in front of the cabin and grabbed my bags from the trunk. The air was sharp and cold, and the wind tugged at my jacket as I hurried inside. I was alone, just the way I wanted it. No phone signal, no internet, no distractions. Inside, the cabin had an old-world charm to it. The wooden beams in the ceiling were exposed, and a stone fireplace sat in the center of the room. The furniture was mismatched, some pieces old and worn, others more modern, but it all had a certain coziness. I immediately stoked the fire to warm up the place, the crackling of the logs filling the otherwise quiet room. I settled in for the night, unpacking my things and making myself comfortable. It had been a long drive and I was exhausted. The plan was simple: sleep, rest, and maybe take a hike in the morning. But as the fire flickered in the hearth and the wind howled outside, I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. It wasn't a strong feeling, but it was enough to make the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I tried to brush it off, chalking it up to the isolation, the unfamiliar place, and the time of year. But that night, as I lay in bed, something felt off. The floorboards creaked in a way that made it sound like someone was walking around outside. I assumed it was just the wind, but when I heard a faint tapping on the window, I froze. It was a slow, deliberate tap, tap, tap. I lay there in the dark, trying to tell myself it was just the branches of a tree, but there was no denying the unmistakable rhythm of the tapping. It sounded too precise. I slipped out of bed, moving quietly across the room. My heart raced in my chest as I crept toward the window. I pulled back the heavy curtains, half expecting to see the wind pushing branches against the glass. but there was nothing there. The night outside was pitch black, with only the faintest outline of the trees swaying in the breeze. I shook my head, frustrated with myself for getting worked up over nothing. I returned to bed and tried to sleep, but the tapping persisted. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the wind again, but it didn't stop. It was like it was right there, just outside the window. The sound grew louder, and I couldn't take it any longer. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and headed outside, determined to find the source of the noise. The cold air hit me hard as soon as I stepped outside, and I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. I scanned the dark yard, shining the flashlight across the ground and up into the trees. There was nothing. No animals, no wind-blown branches, just the deep silence of the night. But the tapping continued. It was coming from the cabin itself. I approached the back of the cabin cautiously, the light cutting through the darkness. The tapping grew louder as I moved closer to the old wooden door that led into the small storage room at the back. The door was ajar, just a crack, and the tapping was coming from inside. My breath caught in my throat. I shouldn't have opened the door. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around and go back inside, but something drove me forward, a mix of curiosity and fear. I pushed the door open slowly, the hinges creaking in protest. Inside the small room, the moonlight barely filtered through the window. The light from my flashlight danced across the dusty floor, and I froze. There, standing in the far corner, was a woman. She was hunched over, her back to me, her long, tangled hair falling over her face. She wore a thin, faded dress that barely covered her knees, and her feet were bare, dirty, as if she had been wandering through the woods. Her body was unnaturally still, as if she were waiting for something. I couldn't move. My body felt like it was frozen in place, my heart pounding in my chest. I should have run, should have screamed, but I couldn't. The silence in the room was deafening, and then she moved. Her head slowly turned toward me, and I could barely see her face in the dim light, but her eyes, those eyes, were wide and empty, like two hollow pits staring straight into my soul. They were too big, too dark, and they didn't blink. I felt a chill run through me, deeper than the cold night air. Couldn't breathe, couldn't think. I was trapped in that moment, unable to look away from those eyes. And then, with a slow, deliberate motion, she began to stand. She didn't make a sound as she rose to her full height, and her limbs moved with an unnatural slowness, as if she were still not quite real. I snapped out of my daze, my body suddenly flooded with adrenaline. I turned and ran, stumbling out of the room and slamming the door behind me. I could hear her footsteps behind me, soft but relentless, following as I sprinted into the yard. My heart raced in my chest, and my breath came in ragged gasps. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road. I looked back only once, and I didn't see her. There was no sign of the woman. I didn't know if I was just imagining it, but the fear in my chest felt too real to be a trick of my mind. The rest of the night was a blur. I barely slept, too afraid to return to the cabin. The next morning, I packed my things and left without looking back. I don't know what I saw in that cabin, but I knew one thing for sure: I was never going back. As I drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror. The cabin was there, standing silent and still, just as it had always been. But I knew better now. Something was off about that place. And whatever I had seen, whatever was lingering there in the dark, was something I never wanted to encounter again. I never told anyone about what happened that night. Not because I thought they wouldn't believe me, but because I wasn't sure if I believed it myself. All I knew was that I didn't want to go near that cabin again. Some things, no matter how hard you try, are better left in the dark. It was late September 2014, and the leaves had just started to turn in the northern part of Maine. I was 38 then, worn down from the kind of life where work never stops calling and sleep always feels like a suggestion, not a necessity. I had spent the last 12 years in Boston, working for a small architecture firm, and to say I needed a break was an understatement. My heart wasn't in it anymore. I wanted to get away, be alone, and figure out what came next. That's when I thought about the old family cabin. The place had belonged to my uncle, Ray. He died in 1997. My dad and I used to go up there every summer for a week or two when I was a kid. It sat maybe 45 minutes off any paved road, deep in a patch of state forest no one paid attention to anymore. After Ray passed, the place just sat. No one maintained it, no one sold it, and no one wanted it. When I brought it up to my dad, he just shook his head and said, "Place should have rotted to the ground by now." But it hadn't. I checked the satellite view and, sure enough, it still had a roof and a vague, rectangular shape surrounded by trees. That was good enough for me. I packed up my truck with 3 weeks' worth of gear, food, bottled water, a small generator, tools, 2 tarps, and enough clothing to handle any weather. I also brought a pump-action shotgun. Not because I expected trouble, but because it made me feel better. You get deep enough in the woods, you want something heavier than bug spray. The first 2 hours of the drive were nothing. I left Boston early, got through the back roads of New Hampshire before sunrise, and hit the dirt trails past Brewer by noon. From there, it got rough. Trees closed in like a tunnel, branches scraped the truck, and the dirt road had turned to rock and mud by the time I reached the final trailhead. I hiked the last mile with a pack and hauled the rest on a collapsible sled over 2 trips. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked almost exactly like I remembered, just weather-beaten and sinking into the land a bit. The front porch was still there, though some of the boards had popped loose. The main door was intact but swollen from years of humidity and had to be forced open with a crowbar. Inside smelled like dust and old wood. No animals had moved in, which surprised me. No raccoons or squirrels or anything. It was just empty, quiet in a way I forgot the world could be. I set up camp inside the cabin itself. There was no point pitching a tent. The structure was solid, 2 small rooms, one with a wood stove and a bed frame, and the other with an old bench table, 2 chairs, and some shelves. No power, of course.
No plumbing.
But it was dry, and the roof didn't leak. I swept the place out, set up the generator out back for lights at night, and stored my food in a plastic crate hung from the ceiling, high enough to discourage anything with teeth. The first few days were perfect. I hiked during the day and sat on the porch with coffee in the mornings and bourbon at night. No cell service, no traffic.
No voices.
Felt like I'd stepped outside of time. I sketched a little, wrote in a notebook, even managed to sleep through the night for the first time in months. Then, on the 5th night, I woke up around 2 in the morning. There was a sound, faint but sharp. It wasn't the wind, not a branch breaking or an animal moving. It sounded like metal, a short clang like something had been struck once, maybe 50 feet from the cabin. I lay there for a long minute, heart ticking faster than it should, listening for anything else. Nothing came. I almost convinced myself I imagined it. The kind of half-dream noise your brain invents when you're in unfamiliar places. I stayed awake for another hour, but nothing moved. Nothing breathed out there. Eventually, I drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside and did a sweep of the area. The trees were still. No signs of animals or people. I checked my food crate, it hadn't been touched. The generator was untouched too, though I found one small thing that set my nerves on edge. Behind the cabin, down by a moss-covered boulder, I saw marks in the dirt. 3 lines, side by side, about 5 feet long. They were shallow, like something had been dragged. Not tire tracks, more like someone had scraped long pieces of rebar through the mud. No prints nearby, just those lines, leading out into the trees before they faded. I told myself it could have been anything. A deer maybe dragging a branch, or weather doing something weird. But even as I told myself that, I knew it didn't sit right. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept the lantern on, door locked, and the shotgun leaning next to the bed. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I didn't feel alone anymore. Not completely. On the 7th night, things got worse. I was just about to fall asleep when I heard it again, that same sharp clang of metal. But this time, it came from right outside the cabin, maybe 5 feet from the window. I froze, every part of me going still. My breath felt loud in my own ears. The noise didn't come again, but I heard the crunch of dead leaves underfoot. Slow, deliberate. Something or someone was moving out there. I stayed quiet, trying to hear more, but whatever was out there wasn't making a sound anymore. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Could have been 5 minutes, could have been 30. Eventually, I reached out, grabbed the shotgun, and crept to the window. I lifted the edge of the curtain just an inch. The moon was full, and the trees were washed in silver, but I didn't see anything.
Nos chaps. No motion.
Still, I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I found something worse. Out behind the cabin, just past the boulder, there was a tree with deep gashes in the bark. 6 of them, all parallel, maybe 2 inches apart. They were too clean for animals. Looked like something with claws or blades. Below that, in the dirt, the dragging marks had returned. Longer this time. And beside them, for the first time, I saw a partial boot print. Not mine. Not recent either, but fresh enough to still be visible. That day, I went deeper into the woods with my compass, circling out from the cabin to see if I could find anything. After about an hour, I found an old path I didn't remember from childhood. It had been partially swallowed by forest, but the ground was packed in a way that told me someone still used it now and then. I followed it for half a mile and came to a clearing I hadn't known existed. At the far edge, there was another structure, not a full cabin, more like a shack. Its roof sagged and the sides were covered in peeling tar paper. I approached slow, gun held down but ready. The place stank like mildew and something else, something sharp and chemical. I circled around and found the door ajar. Inside, it was bare except for a table, a small cot, and what looked like butcher hooks nailed to the wall. Stained canvas sheets were folded in the corner, and on the table were tools, a hacksaw,
Bolt cutters.
a long, narrow knife that looked handmade. I backed out and left fast. I didn't run, but my legs wanted to. Back at the cabin, I started packing. I told myself I'd give it one more night, just to rest before hiking out at first light. But I didn't want to sleep. I felt watched even inside. That night, I stayed dressed, boots on, and kept the shotgun on my lap. I turned the lantern off after 9 and sat in the dark. Around midnight, it started. First a rustle outside, then a tap soft, like fingers on wood, came from the side of the cabin. Then another tap on the opposite side. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then something heavy hit the front porch. Not just a step, more like a drop. I heard the boards creak. Whatever it was stood there for a full minute, maybe more. Then footsteps, slow, across the porch, to the door. Then nothing. I don't know how long I sat there. The footsteps never retreated. They just stopped. At the door. I waited until morning, until the sky began to turn gray. Then I moved. I grabbed my bag, kept the gun ready, and slipped out the back. No one was out there. The trees were still. The air was cold. But on the porch, I saw them. 3 long, thin nails, laid side by side on the boards. I didn't touch them. I didn't look back. Took me 3 hours to reach the truck. I drove until I reached a gas station with people, lights, noise. I didn't sleep again for 2 days. I kept thinking about the cabin, that shack, the dragging marks, the gashes in the tree. and the nails, left like a message. I never went back. I reported it anonymously, told the local sheriff's department that I found an illegal hunting shack in the woods and gave coordinates. I never heard anything back, and I didn't follow up. I didn't want to know. I just wanted to leave it behind. It's been 11 years. I still go camping, but never alone, and never near that part of Maine. And sometimes, when I wake up too early and it's still dark outside, I hear it again in my head. That sound, the tap on the wood, the creak of the porch, and I think about whoever or whatever was standing at that door, just waiting. It was late September 2013. I was 31, working maintenance at a distribution center in Southern Oregon. At the time, I was going through a rough patch. My girlfriend of 4 years had moved out just a few months before. My younger brother had recently moved to Montana, and I'd never felt more alone. I wasn't drinking much, but the nights felt heavy, and I found myself going through the motions every day like I wasn't really awake. A guy at work, Nick, mentioned his cousin had a cabin up near Lake Selmac, just sitting and used most of the year. I barely spoke to Nick outside of work, but for whatever reason, when I told him I just needed to get away for a while, he offered me the key. Said it was bare bones but had a propane stove, a water tank, and a fire pit out back. No cell service. No neighbors for a couple miles. Sounded like exactly what I needed. I got the key from him that Friday, packed up the old Tacoma, threw a couple rifles behind the seat, brought a cooler, some dry food, 2 5-gallon jugs of water, and enough firewood for 3 days. The drive out was maybe 3.5 hours, mostly back roads and dusty Forest Service roads with no signage. The kind of place you could drive past twice and never see. The cabin sat in a flat basin surrounded by dense pine. No power lines.
No fencing.
Just a small structure tucked into the trees, weathered and gray like it had been there for 50 years. The door was a heavy wooden slab with 2 metal locks. Windows were thick and coated in grime. There was an old shed about 20 feet away, nearly collapsing, but the cabin itself looked solid. Inside was musty but cleaner than I expected. Small cot in the corner. Propane stove with a metal counter. A wood stove with a rusted stovepipe that bent up through the roof. A shelf with canned food, some of it expired by a decade. Mice had been there for sure, but it looked like no one had stayed there in a while. It was quiet, that kind of silence that you don't notice until it's broken. No cars.
No humming free.
Just wind and the creak of the trees. That first night, I sat by the fire out back and stared up at the stars. They were so bright you could see the edges of the Milky Way. I hadn't realized how far removed I'd become from this kind of stillness. I stayed up late, drinking a couple of warm beers from the cooler and listening to the wood pop and hiss. Just after midnight, I thought I heard something behind the cabin. A short, sharp noise, like a foot snapping a twig. I froze, listening. Nothing followed it. I stood up and walked around with my flashlight, but didn't see anything. Probably a deer, I told myself, or a raccoon. That kind of thing happened a lot during that trip, especially at night. Sounds, movements, small things, never dramatic, just enough to keep me slightly on edge. But it was the kind of unease you could talk yourself out of. The kind that builds slowly instead of jumping out at you. By the second day, I'd hiked out a bit. There were no clear trails, just game paths and dry creek beds. I found a logging road that looked like it hadn't been used in years, but nothing else. I didn't see a single other person. It started to feel like I was the only person left on Earth, in a good way. That night, I cooked rice and beans on the little stove and turned in early. No fire. I was too tired. The wind howled a bit around the cabin that night, and the trees creaked constantly. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to what I thought was something brushing against the outside wall of the cabin. A scraping sound, low to the ground, and steady. Not fast, not hard, just deliberate. I held my breath. The cabin was small enough that I could hear everything. I reached over to my pack, grabbed my flashlight, and sat still. The scraping stopped. I got up, checked the windows. Nothing. I opened the door and stepped out barefoot, light in hand. Shined it around the base of the wall where I heard the noise. Nothing there but leaves and a few old pine cones. I waited out there for a few minutes, but the wind picked up and made it hard to hear anything else. I went back in, but I barely slept. By the third day, something had shifted. The silence was different. It wasn't peaceful anymore. Felt like it was watching me. I can't explain it better than that. Like something out there knew I was alone, knew I was off the grid, knew I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. I started to feel stupid for not checking in. Around late afternoon, I noticed something strange about the shed. I glanced at it a dozen times already, but that time I realized the door wasn't hanging the same way. It had been tilted off the bottom hinge, but now it was open, just a crack. I went over, thinking maybe the wind had caught it, but when I pulled it open fully, I saw something that made my stomach twist. In the dirt floor in the middle of the shed were footprints. Bare feet, human-shaped, but wrong. Toes too long, heel too narrow, and deep enough to mean whoever made them was heavy. I stepped back, shut the door, and walked back to the cabin. I didn't run, but I moved fast, locked the door behind me and loaded the .30-30 lever action I'd brought. I stayed inside the rest of that evening, too rattled to light a fire. That night was worse. I didn't sleep. I kept hearing the leaves crunching. Faint, soft steps around the cabin, just once or twice every half hour. Like someone was circling it, slow. No animal does that. No deer moves in circles for hours. I told myself maybe it was a bear, but that didn't explain the footprints. Just before dawn, I heard the worst sound of my life. Came from behind the cabin. A low groan that turned into what almost sounded like a person trying to speak with a broken jaw. Words that weren't words. Tones that were too human to be an animal but too off to be a person. It went on for about 10 seconds, then silence. Not even wind. I sat there with the rifle across my lap, too scared to move, too scared to look, just waiting for the light. As soon as the sun came up, I packed. Fast. Tossed everything into the truck, didn't bother folding the cot or cleaning up. I locked the cabin out of habit, then started down the road. I'd made it maybe 3 miles before I saw something standing just off the tree line to the left. Tall, long arms, gray skin.
No clothes.
Just standing there, still, watching. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I didn't even look in the mirror. I didn't tell anyone when I got back. Not really. I just gave Nick the key back and said thanks. Told him it was too quiet for me. That was it. 2 years later, I looked up that area again. Read a few things online from other hikers and hunters who'd been in the region. Reports of strange noises, disappearances, stories of something watching campsites from the woods. Most were passed off as urban legends. One post caught my eye. A guy said he lived near Cave Junction and that his dogs refused to go into certain parts of the forest. He said he found tracks, barefoot prints in the snow where no person should have been walking. I don't know what I saw or what was out there. I'm not saying it was a skinwalker because I don't believe in that stuff the way people mean it. But I do believe there are people, maybe not people anymore, who've lived too long out there in the woods, too far from anything normal. Things that know how to move without being seen. Things that watch. Things that wait. Whatever it wasn't just passing through. It lives out there. I've never gone back to that region. Never went camping alone again. That trip didn't heal me like I hoped it would. But in a strange way, it helped me snap out of whatever rut I was in. Because when you've stared down something that doesn't make sense, something that reminds you how small and vulnerable you really are, it changes what you care about, pulls you out of your own head, and it makes you appreciate the kind of fear that keeps you alive. It was early November 2016 when I decided to take some time off and spend a few weeks alone in the old farm cabin that belonged to my uncle. The place was tucked deep in Pine Hollow, a rural stretch of land in northern Pennsylvania. The closest town, Greywater, was about 40 minutes away by car, and even that town barely had a gas station and a diner. I was 34 back then, burned out from my warehouse job, going through a breakup, and just tired of city noise. My uncle had passed the previous spring, and the cabin had been left untouched since. I figured it would be a good place to clear my head, get away from my phone, maybe even get some writing done. The drive up was long and winding. By the time I got there, a cold fog was creeping in from the woods, rolling across the gravel like spilled milk. I pulled up beside the cabin in my rusted-out Tacoma and killed the engine. The cabin was built sometime in the early 1950s. It had 2 rooms, a main area with a wood stove, kitchenette, and a creaky old cot, and a back room used mostly for storing tools and junk. The outhouse was about 40 feet out the back, just past the edge of the tree line. There was no electricity, no running water, no cell service. Just me, a generator I hadn't started in years, and the sound of the woods breathing around me. The first night was quiet. I unpacked a few supplies: canned soup, a cooler of water, a few tools, a .22 rifle, a notebook, and some paperbacks. I set the cot up by the window and started a fire in the stove. It didn't take long for that deep, rich heat to fill the room. I sat with my back against the wall, watching the fire and listening to the wind move through the trees. The next morning, I took a walk around the property. The land stretched for about 50 acres, mostly overgrown fields and forest. There was a collapsed barn to the west and an old wire fence that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. I spotted deer tracks, some rabbit prints, and what I thought might be coyote scat near the edge of the cornfield, which had been left to die out years ago. It was peaceful, isolated, exactly what I'd hoped for. But on the 3rd day, something felt off. It started when I went out to check the generator behind the cabin. I'd been using candles and the stove for light and heat, but I figured I might as well get the generator running in case I needed to charge my flashlight or radio. When I got to it, I noticed that the fuel line had been cut. Not frayed, not chewed, cut. Clean through, like someone had used a knife. I crouched down, staring at it for a long while. Then I looked around. Nothing, just trees, quiet. Still, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. I told myself it must have been chewed by an animal. Maybe it just looked cut. But I knew better. I'd seen what chewed plastic looked like. This wasn't that. Later that night, as I was reading by lantern light, I heard footsteps outside. Not animals, not the wind. Real, heavy, human footsteps, moving slowly across the porch. I froze. The sound stopped, then started again, this time moving around the side of the cabin. I reached for the rifle and sat there, barely breathing. After a few minutes, the footsteps faded away. I stayed awake all night. In the morning, I found boot prints in the dirt outside. Big ones. Work boots, maybe size 12 or 13. They circled the cabin once, then veered off into the woods behind the tool shed. I followed them for about 40 yards until they disappeared into the brush. The worst part? There were no tire tracks, no signs of a car, a bike, anything. Whoever it was had either walked in from the woods or was already out here. I stood there for a long time, listening to the silence, then headed back and nailed the door shut from the inside with a few extra boards I found in the storage room. By the 6th day, I stopped sleeping properly. I would doze off in short bursts, waking up to sounds I couldn't explain. shuffling outside, a light knock on the back wall, the crunch of leaves near the outhouse. One night, I found a pile of stacked stones just outside the front door. 3 flat rocks balanced carefully on top of one another. They hadn't been there when I went to bed. I knocked them over and kicked them out into the yard. But the next morning, they were back. Same stones, same pattern, right in front of the door again. I started making trips into the woods during the day, trying to spot signs of whoever was out there. I found a few things: a tree with a large, square section of bark scraped off, a broken hunting blind about 200 yards south, and what looked like the remains of a fire pit with fresh ash.
No footprints. No gear.
Nothing human left behind, and yet I knew someone was out there. One night, after another round of distant footsteps, I decided to stay up and watch. I turned off the lantern and waited in the dark. Around 2 a.m., I saw movement, a figure tall and broad, moving between the trees. I only caught glimpses, but it was definitely a person. They were walking slowly, almost like they were patrolling the area. At one point, they stopped and looked right toward the cabin. I ducked down behind the windowsill and held my breath. They didn't come closer. After a few minutes, they walked away and vanished into the trees. The next morning, I found something new. The back door had been scratched. Not clawed, scratched. Like someone had taken a nail or a piece of metal and dragged it down the wood in long, shallow arcs. 5 of them, almost like tally marks. I packed my bag. I didn't care if it was 7 a.m. or freezing cold. I was ready to leave. But when I turned the key in the ignition, the truck didn't start. Not even a click. I popped the hood. The battery was gone. Gone. Completely removed. I stood there staring at the empty compartment, too stunned to react. I knew right then that I wasn't dealing with some drifter or lost hunter. Someone had been watching me, waiting, planning, and now they'd made sure I couldn't leave. The next 48 hours were a blur of fear. I kept the rifle loaded, slept in short bursts, ate barely anything. Every sound made my heart race. I moved a dresser in front of the door and kept a fire going in the stove to mask the noise of my movements. On the final night, everything came to a head. It was past midnight. I was sitting on the cot with the rifle across my lap when I heard it. A soft tap on the window, then another, then a third. I turned slowly and saw a face. Just for a second. The man was standing right up against the glass, staring in. He had a beard, sunken eyes, and wore a thick coat. Then he stepped back and disappeared into the dark. I jumped to my feet, heart slamming in my chest. I aimed the rifle at the door and waited. Nothing happened. Then I heard it wood cracking from the back of the cabin. I ran to the rear room and found the window wide open. I hadn't even noticed it was unlocked. I aimed into the darkness, but saw nothing. Still, I could feel it. He was in the cabin. I backed up slowly into the main room, keeping the rifle trained toward the back. Then I saw movement by the door. I fired. The sound was deafening in that small space. Smoke filled the air. I ran forward, threw open the door, and bolted into the woods. I didn't stop running until I hit the dirt road that led to Greywater. I ran until my lungs were on fire. At dawn, a farmer found me collapsed near his driveway. I was shaking, covered in mud and ash, babbling about someone in the woods. They brought me into town. The sheriff drove back to the cabin with me. It was empty, no signs of forced entry.
No footprints.
But they did find one thing, a battery. My truck's battery, sitting right there on the front seat. I left that day and never went back. A few months later, I sold the land for cheap. Some guy from out of state bought it for hunting. I never heard what happened to him. Maybe he never had a problem. Maybe the man in the woods had already moved on. But I still think about it sometimes. Late at night when I hear a sound I can't explain, or when I catch movement out the corner of my eye. I still think about that face in the window. the scratches on the door, the stones. There was no ghost,
No monster.
just a man. And somehow that's what makes it worse. He was real, and he's still out there somewhere. It was the fall of 2018 when I agreed to take the job. I was 34 years old at the time, single, and in between steady work. I had just left a concrete finishing crew in Rochester and was looking for something quieter. My cousin worked for a land development firm out of Missouri and had been nagging me for months to come help on a short-term project out near a place called Haversville, about 45 minutes southeast of Kansas City. I didn't know much about the town, and to be honest, I didn't care. It was work, paid. That was enough. The job itself wasn't anything complicated. A new owner had bought up about 80 acres of wooded, half-cleared farmland just outside of Haversville. It had an old graveyard on it, small, fenced in with leaning headstones and most of the names rubbed clean by time and rain. The new owner wanted to convert the place into some kind of event property, weddings, retreats, whatever rich people do when they get bored. My job was to help clear out some of the older growth, knock down an old barn, and stay on site for 6 weeks to keep watch over the equipment. The graveyard legally couldn't be touched, but everything around it was free game. I arrived on the first Monday in October. The cabin I was given was maybe 300 feet from the cemetery. I say cabin generously. It was a one-room box with a wood stove, a cot, a folding chair, and a little table with a lamp on it. The toilet was an outhouse about 50 yards downhill, which wasn't fun in the dark. There was a hand pump for water, but no electricity beyond what a small generator could offer for a few hours a day. But I was used to worse. I'd stayed in bug-infested trailers on job sites in Louisiana. I'd worked oil patches where you were lucky if you got a hot meal in the span of a week. This cabin was quiet, and quiet was what I wanted. The first few days went by smooth. I spent daylight hours helping the clearing crew, cutting saplings, dragging branches, pulling up fence posts. Around dusk, the others would load up in their trucks and head back to town. I'd sit by the cabin, eat canned stew or some of the jerky I brought, maybe drink a beer, and then turn in early. The woods got dark fast in that part of Kansas, especially with the thick trees closing in on every side. The graveyard didn't bother me at first. It was about the size of a backyard, 30, maybe 40 old graves. Some had small iron fences around them. Most had simple headstones or just flat stone slabs. I'd walk past it each morning heading to the work area. There wasn't much to look at. Dead grass, a couple leaning markers, a few gnarled trees standing watch over it like old guards. But after about a week, things started to feel off. It began with the scratching sounds. I'd hear them late, usually sometime around 1 or 2 in the morning. I'd wake up thinking it was just wind or some small animal nosing around the cabin walls. Then I started finding claw marks around the door. At first, I thought raccoons, then maybe a stray dog. But the markings were deep and wide with rough edges, not the clean scratches of little paws. Something stronger. I started to keep the hatchet beside my cot. Not that it would help much, but it made me feel better. Then there was the smell. One night I woke up gagging. It hit me like someone had dumped a bucket of rotting meat just outside the window. I got up and stepped out into the cold. The air was heavy, dead still, and the smell was there thick, clinging to my clothes, but I couldn't find the source. I walked around the cabin twice with a flashlight. Nothing.
No carcass. No trash.
Just that smell, thick as motor oil hanging low over the trees. It vanished by morning. I told myself it was just a dead animal in the woods.
Ides mayat bursa.
But deep down, I didn't buy it. By the third week, I wasn't sleeping much. I was still working through the days, dragging logs and stacking brush. But at night, I stayed alert. I'd sit outside the cabin in the folding chair with the hatchet across my lap, watching the dark tree line. There were no sounds, no wind, no owls, no bugs. Just this deep, choking silence that seemed to crawl into your lungs. The graveyard started to get to me. I'd walk past it faster each morning. I tried not to look at it too long, but something always pulled my eyes toward it, like I was being watched. It was stupid. I knew it was stupid, but I couldn't shake the feeling. One morning, I noticed the dirt was disturbed around one of the older graves. Just a small shift in the earth, like something had sunken down slightly. I tried to tell myself it was normal. Rain, erosion, maybe an animal burrowing underneath. But that grave hadn't been touched in probably 100 years. Why would the ground suddenly shift now? I stopped walking past the graveyard. I started cutting through the trees instead, even though it took longer. Something about walking too close to those leaning stones made my skin crawl. On the 25th day, something changed. I was working alone near the back property line, clearing up some brush where the old barbed wire fence had fallen in. It was late, probably around 6. The sky had gone gray, and the trees swayed with the kind of wind that carries rain behind it. As I was pulling up a half-rotted fence post, I heard movement behind me. Not just twigs snapping or branches rustling, real movement. Wait, intent. I turned, expecting to see a deer maybe. Instead, I saw a man. He was standing about 50 feet away, just inside the tree line. He wasn't moving, just standing there, half hidden behind a trunk, staring. He wore a brown coat, maybe canvas or some old hunting jacket. I couldn't see his face clearly, just the pale shape of it through the trees. His posture was stiff. Still, I didn't say anything. I just watched him for a long minute, then backed away slowly. I left the post half buried and walked back to the cabin. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I shut my eyes, I pictured that man standing just outside the trees, waiting, watching. The next morning, I hiked back to the spot. Nothing was there.
No footprints.
No signs of anyone. The leaves looked undisturbed. Maybe I imagined it, or maybe not. I started carrying my hatchet with me everywhere. 3 days later, I found something on the cabin door. It was early, maybe just past 5. The sun hadn't fully come up yet, but there was enough light to make things out. On the center of the cabin door, carved deep into the wood, were the numbers, 1911. I stood there staring at it for a long time. I hadn't heard anything the night before.
No footsteps. No scratching.
Nothing. Whoever had done it had come right up to the door while I slept just feet away. I checked the graveyard later that morning. One of the headstones, almost completely worn smooth, had those same numbers chiseled faintly into the base. 1911. I must have walked past it a dozen times and never noticed. That night, I didn't go inside the cabin. I took my sleeping bag and moved out into the woods, maybe 200 yards away. I found a thicket and curled up behind it with the hatchet in hand. I figured it was safer to be out there than inside the cabin, where the door could be quietly opened or someone could creep up without me hearing. Out in the woods, at least I could see. I stayed awake the whole night. The woods were quiet again, but this time I could hear the silence. It pressed in on me, thick and heavy, like a blanket soaked in oil. By morning, I packed my things. I left a note for the foreman, shoved it under a rock near the tool shed. I told him I had to leave for personal reasons. I didn't give details. I didn't go back for the last paycheck. I never returned to Haversville, never asked what happened to the property or if the event center ever got built. I don't know if they tore down the cabin or cleared the graveyard woods. I don't care, but I still think about the man I saw. I still wonder what was in that grave marked 1911 and why it had shifted. I still wonder who carved those numbers into my door. I still remember the smell and the silence and the feeling that something or someone wanted me to stay there just a little longer. I live up north now, working in small towns. I don't take jobs near graveyards anymore. I don't sleep in cabins unless there's a lock on the door and neighbors within shouting distance. I keep my hatchet in the truck, and I always check the woods before sundown. Some places don't want to be cleared. Some land remembers, and some things buried should stay that way,